And welcome everyone. A very pleasant good afternoon here live from the campus of Brevard College. Tornado softball action coming your way here in just a moment. The Carolina University Bruins against the Brevard College Tornadoes softball team. It'll be Abby Delp on the bump for the Tornadoes today in a doubleheader game starting at 1 o'clock and 3 o'clock. We've got the starting lineup for the Nados, and we'll go ahead and take a look at that. Leading things off and playing shortstop, Michaela Morgan. Batting second, playing center field, Carly Queen. Batting third, the designated hitter, Caitlin Olive, followed up in the cleanup spot by Serena Rogers playing right field. In the 5 spot, Valerie Sorrell, the first baseman, then Ivy Lee Layton, the second baseman, the 7-8-9 hitter, Sarah Barnes, the catcher, Gabby Hooper, the third baseman, and Beth Hyatt, the left fielder. Once again, Abby Delp pitching for the Tornadoes today with a 2-2 record and a 4.14 ERA, facing off against Danielle Brooks of the Carolina University Bruins. Brooks 0-4 yet still with a 2.72 ERA, so a little bit of bad luck on her end for a depleted Carolina University Bruins softball team. A very short-handed roster today, and most players on the roster in this starting lineup in this ball game here against the Tornadoes. A couple minutes away from first pitch, it'll be Abby Delp starting things off on the hill for the Tornadoes. Back in just a moment, Tornadoes and Bruins softball coming your way here on a Saturday afternoon in Brevard. Welcome back, everyone. Moments away from first pitch. Abby Delp, the pitcher for the Tornadoes today, sitting at 2-2 with a 4.14 ERA. Sarah Barnes, the catcher behind the dish for Delp, as the Tornadoes sitting at 2-4 take on the Carolina University Bruins, sitting at 3-9 with a depleted roster. Shorthanded today are the Bruins as they take on the Tornadoes in a 2-game set here on a Saturday afternoon, a crisp Saturday afternoon here in Brevard. Tornadoes moments away. Michaela Morgan at shortstop, Evie Layton at second, Valerie Sorrell at first, and Gabby Hooper, the third baseman. From left to right in the outfield, Beth Hyatt, Carly Queen, and Serena Rogers. Barnes throws it down to second, and we are just about ready to get things started here. It'll be Zamaya Thomas to lead things off for the Bruins, batting from the left side. Thomas not using batting gloves. Delp takes a look over at the dugout. Thomas taking her time getting into the box. And now in there. First pitch here from Delp is going to be ripped into right field for a base hit. Thomas around first, headed towards second. This one going to roll to the wall. She might get three around second, and it is a leadoff triple for Zamaya Thomas into the right field gap. That'll bring up Jessica Cardona. Cardona, the second baseman. And now Thomas immediately in scoring position after the leadoff triple. One pitch, one hit, and one runner in scoring position already for the Bruins. That one was ripped hard and right into the right field corner. Rogers couldn't get to it very quickly, and now Thomas on third. First pitch here is high and away for ball one. Cardona taking a look at the sign over at third base. And now steps back into the box. The 1-0, swing and a miss. Count evened up at one apiece here for Delp. Hooper playing close in past the third base bag. Sorrell in as well. Middle at regular depth, and the 1-1 misses just high. 2 balls and a strike here now to Jessica Cardona. Hooper comes in a little bit more. Puts you at risk for a harder ground ball. The 2-1 here from Delp is right down the middle for strike two. And a strikeout here could be big for the Tornadoes with a runner on third and nobody out. Delp has been aggressive in that middle of the zone so far early on. That's where she hit her spot on that leadoff triple. And now the 2-2. Misses high, full count now. You don't want to walk the second batter and have runners on the corners with nobody out to start the ball game. If you're Abby Delp, got to lock in and put this one in the zone. The payoff pitch here from Delp is lifted, foul ground. That one will go out of play, and we'll do it again. Delp. This will be her 7th pitch of the at-bat after a 1-pitch at-bat to start things off. Another payoff pitch here is lifted in the air, left field. That one is going to be caught by Hyatt. No, she cannot make the grab. It drops out of the glove of Hyatt. Now the throw into second, not in time. That'll be an E7 on Beth Hyatt. That one was in the glove and all of a sudden was on the ground, and a run in for the Bruins without an out. Cardona hit that one decent length, but looked like a routine play for Hyatt. Just couldn't glove it all the way. So now here's Kaylee Bolch. Bolch from the left side. Second lefty batter we've seen already. First pitch lifted again in the air left field, and Hyatt is not going to get to that one. It is off the wall. Throw in to the cut, and another run is through for the Bruins. Another deep fly ball to left field finds a gap, And it is 2-0 Bruins here. An RBI double for Kaylee Bolch, and Abby Delp running into some quick trouble. Still nobody out here in the first. Here's Courtney Cox. Cox, the catcher for the Bruins. Runner on second, nobody out. First pitch is swung and hit into right field. That one's going to die out. Coming across third, throw to the plate. No, it gets by. Over to the Tornado dugout. Runner will advance to second, and just some sloppy softball, being played on the defensive end by the Tornadoes right now. It'll be an error on the throw in, a single for Cox, and now a meeting with Abby Delp and the rest of the infield for head coach Bree Sheeran. Trying to calm Delp down early on here, down 2-0. Still have not recorded an out in the first 4 hitters. It'll be Grace Crocker up to the bat. Crocker, the shortstop. And just trying to probably calm the nerves. Delp has been leaving a lot over the plate early on here. Got to mix in some off speed and change locations. It's Carolina University doing a really good job hitting the ball right now. And Crocker with an opportunity with 2 in scoring position and still nobody out here in the first. Delp could use a strikeout or some kind of out that will not advance the runner to the plate. First pitch is hit in the air, right field. Rogers chasing after it, will not make the catch. Another error off a Tornado outfielder's glove. And an E9 plates another run across for Carolina, and just not the kind of start that you're looking for if you're the Tornadoes. And if you're Abby Delp, you've got to be frustrated right now with your defense. 2 can of corns out to the outfield that couldn't be hauled in, 2 outs given away, and as a result, already 3-0 here in the first without an out. Both corner outfielders dropping routine fly balls here in this first inning. Here's Kariah Proctor. First pitch is ripped in the air right field. That one will be caught by Rogers. There will be no advance. Goes right back over to the Tornado right fielder once again, but able to make the grab that time for out number 1. And there's a start. So bring up Danielle Brooks. Brooks also the pitcher for the Bruins in this one. Still runners on second and third for Carolina University, and the first pitch is fouled straight back. And as bad as this inning has been, it could be over already at maybe 1-0 if those 2 fly balls do get caught. Just not good defense so far by the Tornadoes. That's something that you're going to have to pick up if you want to win this game and the following game. The 0-1 here is in the dirt. Good stop by Barnes. Gets past her right over to Gabby Hooper. No advance by either of the runners. Nowhere for the runner on second to go with third base occupied right now by Cox. Ball and a strike, 1 away here in the first. Tornadoes trailing at 3-0. Some defensive struggles for the Tornadoes here in this first frame. The 1-1 here from Delp is swung on, hit up the middle. It will be knocked down. Throw over to first is in time for out number 2. So it'll be a fielder's choice. Ground out to Layton at second. Will score a run. And now 4-0. With a runner on third and 2 outs, Abby Delp trying to limit the damage from going any further here, trailing by 4. First pitch here is swung on and missed by Mary Miller. No balls and a strike here to Mary Miller. Miller, the third baseman for the Bruins. That one lifted in the air, right side, foul ground. Sorrell coming after it. She will make the catch for out number 3. A couple of errors, played some runs across for Carolina University. We head to the bottom of the second. NATO's trailing 4-0 early on. Back here in just a moment. Back here for the home half of the first. NATO's giving up a 4 spot in the top half of the first. Got some work to do here to catch up. And before the first pitch from Danielle Brooks, there'll be a meeting with her catcher, Courtney Cox, at the mound, or in the circle. Morgan, the leadoff hitter, playing shortstop for the Tornadoes. Going to try and get something going here to start it off. Brooks 0-4, but has a sub-3 ERA at 2.72, so maybe some bad luck for her in her outings for the Bruins. And her first pitch to Morgan is taken high for a ball. Tornado dug out loud to start things off despite a 4-run first inning in the field. It'll be Morgan Queen and Caitlin Olive to start things off here. And the 1-0. High and outside, gets to the backstop for ball 2, and Morgan ahead early. Two balls and no strikes to Tornado leadoff hitter. The 2-0 low and inside for ball 3, and you got to assume she's taken all the way here on pitch number 4. Brooks not able to find the zone, and maybe the opposite of the issue Abby Delp was dealing with, aside from the outfield defenses. Abby couldn't mix up the locations that well in that first inning. Strike 1 in there right there. And we'll see what kind of approach Michaela Morgan has here with the 3-1 count. Trying to get on base to start something here in the bottom of the first. And the 3-1 swung at, popped up left side, and no one will get to it. Strike 2. Morgan not getting solid contact on that one. And the count ran full now. Morgan was ahead 3-0, and Brooks has bounced back here to load the count up. Morgan stepping back into the box, and the payoff pitch. Pop straight back, and we'll do it again. A windy and cold afternoon here in Brevard. Game 1 of a 2-game set between the Tornadoes and the Bruins. Bruins with a 4-0 lead here to start it off. And another full count pitch is fouled off again by Morgan. Pitch number 8 of the at-bat coming up here. And Morgan, who once again was ahead 3-0, battling here. fouling off the last 3 pitches. Another full count pitch, popped up, left side, coming after it, and making the catch is Brooks, the pitcher, making a nice play over by the Tornado dugout for out number 1. And a long at-bat will leave Michaela Morgan empty-handed her first trip up. They pop out in foul ground to the pitcher, and now here's Carly Queen, the center fielder for the Tornadoes. First pitch to Queen here is ripped up the middle. Another nice catch by Brooks, and the pitcher doing it all herself. Catching a sharp liner right after racing over to catch the pop out in front of the Tornado dugout, and now another quick out. And that'll bring up Caitlin Olive, the designated player for the Tornadoes, in the 3 spot. The Tornadoes in danger of going down quietly here in the first after allowing 4 in the field, and that one in there for strike 1. Brooks could not find the strike zone her first 3 pitches. Since then has been pretty lights out, both pitching and fielding. The 0-1 here is swung on and hit into right field. It'll be knocked down by the second baseman. Throw on to first in time. A nice play there by Jessica Cardona for out number 3. And a 1-2-3 first inning for the Tornadoes. We head to the top of the second. Brevard trailing it 4-0. Back in just a moment. Back here for the second inning. First pitch by Abby Delp is popped out of play by Aaliyah James, the right fielder for Carolina University, who hung up a 4 spot in the first inning. Natos have got some ground to cover and trying to get a quick 3 outs to bring the bats back up here in the second. 0-1 here from Delp is fouled back again, 0-2. No balls and 2 strikes here. Delp ahead on the number 9 hitter for the Bruins. And the 0-2. High for ball 1. Abby trying to get her to chase upstairs. Ball and 2 strikes. Abby Delp still ahead. And the pitch. Swung on and missed. Strike 3. A big K there for Abby Delp to start off the second inning. It'll bring Zamaya Thomas up, who tripled on the first pitch of the ball game. Kind of set the tone for that first inning. Hit it right perfectly into the right field corner. Rogers had to run a long way to get it, and Thomas easily getting a 3-bagger. Came around to score to start off a 4-run inning for the Bruins, and the first pitch to her here at bat number 2 is fouled off into the mitt of Sarah Barnes for strike 1. Thomas getting the signs. Stepping back in, Delp takes a look down. And now the 0-1. Low and outside for ball 1, count evened up. Ball and a strike here, one away. And the 1-1. High and outside for ball 2, and Thomas trying to slap hit, it looks like, if she gets a pitch to hit. Sort of Ichiro-like. A lost art in both baseball and softball. Thomas with the wide stance, ahead in the count, 2-1, hitter's count, and the pitch. High for ball 3, and Delp in danger of walking Thomas. Three balls and a strike. Delp steps on the bump now. And the pitch. High and outside for ball 4. And after going ahead 0-1, Abby Delp throws 4 straight balls to put a runner on with 1 away. This will bring up Jessica Cardona, who had the nice play to record the final out in the Tornadoes half of the first. Reached on an E7, a fly ball that Beth Hyatt dropped in her first at-bat. Now a runner on first with 1 away for her here. Delp lines up, first pitch, misses outside for ball 1. And you can tell maybe a little bit of frustration setting in for the Tornado pitcher. Was not getting any favors from her defense in that first inning. Ball and no strikes here. Runner on first for the Bruins, and the pitch shows bunt, misses, and Barnes thinks about a throwback to first. Instead, will eat it. Count even at 1 apiece. Cardona taking a look over at third, and now steps back into the box. Let's see if she shows bunt again. Hooper playing in on the infield, showing bunt again, pulling back, and that one high for ball 2. Barnes a throwback over to first, but Thomas in there safely. And Sarah Barnes keeping a close eye on the runner at first, the speedy Thomas. 2 balls and a strike here to Jessica Cardona, the second baseman for Carolina University. And the pitch by Delp is popped up, foul, and out of play past the Bruin dugout. And the count evened up at 2 apiece here with the 1 away in the top of the second. Game 1 of a doubleheader against the Carolina University Bruins. Tornadoes in an early hole, 4-0. Not trying to let that get extended any further here with a runner on first and 1 away. 2-2 count. Pitch here from Delp is ripped into left center field. That'll drop for a base hit. Picked up by Queen. The throw in to the cutoff. And it'll be a 1-out double for Cardona. So now 2 in scoring position again with 1 away for Kaylee Bolch, who had an RBI double her first time up. Bolch, a long double in her first trip, trying to avoid that here. No force in play with runners on second and third. Strikeout would be big here for Abby Delp. Base hit would likely plate 2 more runs for the Bruins. Delp taking her time. Now steps in. First pitch here from Delp. On the outside corner for strike 1. Bolch from the left side. Abby comes set. Now the 0-1. Swung, hit over to second. Throw to first. There's only 1 play. A run will score. And the Tornadoes trading out for a run. It is 5-0 Bruins after the RBI ground out. That'll bring up Courtney Cox, who singled her first time up, has to take off the catcher leg guards. And now getting ready to step into the box. 2 away and a runner on third. A run coming across there for the Bruins, and the first pitch is in the dirt. Good stop by Sarah Barnes. Will force Cardona to stay put at third. To the backstop, could have scored her. Cox ahead 1-0. The 1-0 here from Delp. Lifted, right side. Sorrell and Layton both after it, and Layton will make the catch for out number 3. A much quieter inning for the Bruins, but they do still push a run across. Tornado Bats coming up for the second time, trailing 5-0. Back here in just a moment. Back here for the home half of the second. NATO's got some work to do, and it'll start with Serena Rogers, the right fielder. First pitch to her is off speed and in there for a strike. Danielle Brooks had a 1-2-3 first inning. Continues to lower her ERA, sitting at a sub-3 coming into the day at 2.72. And ahead 0-1 here. And that one grounded left side, finds a hole. First Tornado base hit for Serena Rogers. It'll be a leadoff single. It'll bring up Valerie Sorrell, the Tornado first baseman. Rogers now giving the Tornadoes what they need to start, a base runner, and now try and mount a few hits together and played some runs. Get back into this one early on here. First pitch shows bunt. A good bunt is going to roll foul at the last moment. A very good bunt there from Sorrell, just missing a bunt single there. So that's strike one. We'll see if Sorrell goes to the same approach or swings away here. Man, just a game of inches, both baseball and softball. A perfectly executed bunt just about, but just rolling foul at the bag. Swinging and missing at a high fastball there for strike two is Sorrell. Now in an 0-2 hole with Rogers on first. You want to put it in play, but you don't want to put it on the ground and endanger yourself a double play. And the 0-2, outside ball one. Catcher keeping a close eye on Rogers over at first. Ball and 2 strikes. Rogers awaits at first. And the pitch. Swing and a miss. Down goes Sorrell on strikes for out number one. First strikeout for Brooks. And it'll bring up Evie Layton. Layton trying to get the Tornadoes their first runner in scoring position of the afternoon. And the pitch is hit into the gap, base hit. Rogers will stay put at second, and the Tornadoes now have 2 on with 1 away. An aggressive approach pays off with a single there. Not the hardest hit single you've ever seen, but it does get the job done and advances the runner to second. And here's Sarah Barnes. Big spot here for Barnes. The base hit could push across the first Tornado run. And this is the first test that Brooks has really faced since the first batter when she went down 3-0. Since then it had been lights out. But now 2 on for the Tornadoes as that one ripped foul to the right side. Aggressive here is Barnes, similar to Layton on the last at-bat. Barnes, the Tornado catcher, stepping out. Looks like we'll have an exchange of softballs here. Cox throws in the new one to Brooks. Rogers on second, Layton on first. 1 away here in the bottom of the second. And the 0-1. High ball 1. Energy increasing in the Tornado dugout here. Chance for a rally early on here for the Tornadoes, who trail by 5. And the 1-1 here to Barnes. Swung on, popped up, right side, coming after it. Cox, and it'll drop in front of her for strike 2. Barnes got to protect now in a 1-2 hole. Want to at least advance the runner if you can. Runners. Good things happen when you put the ball in play. Hooper on deck. Brooks comes set, now the pitch. Chopper, left side, picked up. Only 1 play is to first, and the throw will get Barnes, but the 2 runners will both move up. And now Tornadoes have 2 in scoring position for Gabby Hooper. A base hit could make it 5-2. Big spot here with 2 outs for the Tornado third baseman.
Number 22, Gabby Hooper.
If Hooper can get on one way or another, it'll be Beth Hyatt up next. Nados at the bottom of the order here, 2 away. 2 runners on, Rogers and Layton. First pitch here to Hooper, swing and a miss. On a low pitch, she went after that one. Maybe a good thing she didn't connect. Not the best pitch in the world to hit, but another aggressive approach from the Tornadoes. And Hooper down 0-1 here. Brooks comes set, and the pitch is sent straight back for strike 2. And now Hooper in defense mode. 0-2, Hooper with 2 on, trying to push across the first Tornado run or runs, but in an 0-2 hole here, got to protect. The wind, the pitch is sent back foul again, and Hooper will stay alive. Got to have a bigger strike zone down 0-2. Don't want to look at anything go by. Also don't want to swing yourself out. Still 0-2 after the Hooper foul. 4th pitch of the at-bat coming here. Nado's trying to mount a rally here in the second. The pitch is on the inside corner for strike 3. Hooper caught looking, and the Tornadoes strand 2. We head to the 3rd inning. Nado's trailing at 5-0. Back here for the third inning. NATO's trailing at 5-0. Abby Delp back out there in the circle for her third inning of work, and she'll start it off with Grace Crocker. First pitch to her outside for ball one. Crocker reached on an E9, a fly ball out to right field that Serena Rogers couldn't handle. And up 1-0 here. Pitch by Delp is lifted in the air, right side again. Could be Rogers again. Instead, it'll be Layton right at the line, making the grab for out number one. Nice play there by Evie Layton, and the third inning will begin the exact same way that the top half of the second inning ended. Pop out to Layton, and here's Kariah Proctor. One away. And Thomas takes ball one. Proctor takes ball one. Kariah Proctor, number 17, first baseman for the Bruins. Ahead 1-0. And the pitch from Delp popped up, straight back, and there will be no play. 1-1. Proctor flew out to right her first time. And the 1-1 just misses the outside corner. 2-1. In other Tornado sports news, the Brevard baseball team on a weekend trip to Buena Vista, Virginia, bottom of the sixth, trailing 9-8. A high-scoring affair there. Connor Crosby, not his best outing for the Tornadoes today, as Delp's 2-1 floats high, 3-1. Tornadoes took game one of the series yesterday against the Knights now in game one of a doubleheader, similar to the Tornado softball team here. Doubleheader here on this Saturday afternoon. Both Tornado teams trailing at the moment. The 3-1 pitch here from Delp is grounded left side. It'll get past the diving Morgan for a one-out base hit. Single there for Kariah Proctor. And this will bring up the designated player and pitcher, Danielle Brooks. Brooks grounded into an RBI fielder's choice in the first inning. And Delp, here in a pitcher-pitcher matchup, delivers her first pitch in there for strike one. Brooks has thrown 2 shutout innings, not the same story for Abby Delp. Some factors have been out of her control, not a lot of defensive aid in that first inning, and then a couple of bad breaks. The 0-1 here, chopped up the middle, sent to Morgan. Morgan steps on the bag for one, throw to first, a double play. Perfectly executed double play there by Michaela Morgan, and the Tornado bats for the third time will come up here when we get back. Tornadoes trailing at 5-0 here, bottom of the third, back here in just a moment. Back here for more Tornado softball action. Bottom of the third inning, it'll be Beth Hyatt to lead things off her first trip. Tornado left fielder batting from the left side, facing off here against Danielle Brooks, who has completed 2 innings of shutout ball. And on the first pitch, that one is just foul to the left side. Nearly a base hit and likely an extra base hit for Hyatt. Just can't keep it fair, however, and it'll be 0-1. NATOs have been aggressive in their approach. A lot of first pitch swings so far in this one. And with no runs across yet, perhaps the Tornadoes may need to be a little bit more patient. Wait on their pitch. Still plenty of ball game to go, though. Tornadoes a better last 2 innings. That one sent straight back foul. And now in an 0-2 hole is Hyatt. No balls, 2 strikes here to Hyatt. And the 0-2 tries to slap hit it and sends it back foul. Another 0-2 coming here in just a moment. Hyatt trying to do whatever she can to get on. Trying to use her speed to her advantage and act sort of as a second leadoff hitter with Michaela Morgan on deck. Still 0-2. Brooks can waste a pitch if she wants, and here it is. Outside, swinging, over to third, throw to first, in time. Nice stretch there at first by Proctor for out number 1, and Hyatt will go down in her first appearance. So bring Michaela Morgan back up, who got a 3-0 count, drew 3-0 count, but was retired later on the 8th pitch of the at-bat. Popped out in foul ground to Brooks. Brooks made 2 nice plays in a row in that first inning. Pitchers that field. First pitch to Morgan, low and outside for ball 1. 1 away here in the bottom of the third. Tornadoes trailing at 5-0 here. And need to start plating some runs across to keep up. Pitch here, swung, ripped, center field, chasing after it, and that one is gone. Michaela Morgan with a solo shot to dead center gets the Tornadoes on the board. NATO's out of the dugout to greet her at the plate. And just what the doctor ordered here for Brevard. The only thing you can wish for is that there had been a runner or runners on base. But you'll take them however you can get them. And a solo shot there makes it 5-1. Morgan circles the bases and rejuvenates the Tornado offense here. Possibly Carly Queen going to try and add on here. That one was a ripper right off the bat towards the flag in center field, and Thomas just had to watch that one fly out of here. First pitch here to Carly Queen is on the lower part of the zone for strike 1. Maybe a generous call there. Brooks has been tacked for her first run here, and hopefully more to come as that one sent sharply foul right side. And that's the second career blast for Michaela Morgan. Coming at a good time here, a time where the NATOs need to get a few runs to push closer to even in this one. 0-2 here is swung at and fouled off weakly to the right side by the Bruin dugout. And Queen in an 0-2 hole. NATOs have found themselves in a lot of 0-2 holes, not working deep into counts, as we said earlier. And another 0-2 here. Swung on, sent, third base line, and foul. Another close one there on that third base / left field line, and deemed foul there for Carly Queen. Another 0-2 coming up. Another 0-2 here. Ripped left side, base hit. Down the line, slowing down, and Queen will settle for just one there. A one-out single following the home run, and the Tornado bats starting to click a little bit more. Caitlin Olive coming up now following the home run and the single. And if Olive can get an extra base hit, Natos could really be set up here. 5-1 Carolina University here in inning number 3, bottom half, 1 away. Moments ago, Michaela Morgan sent a solo home run out of here, followed up by a Carly Queen single, and that brings us to where we are now with Caitlin Olive at the plate, 1 away. And the first pitch here to Olive, runner goes, throw down to second is not in time. Stolen base for Carly Queen. And now a runner in scoring position for Olive in an 0-1 count. A nice jump there from Queen, and just the aggressiveness that we've seen from the Tornadoes at the plate on the base paths. Definitely the style of play they're going for here today in this one. The 0-1 sent up the middle and caught by the pitcher Brooks. Third put out by Danielle Brooks. That one popped right to her. And now here's Serena Rogers, who had the first base hit of the afternoon for the Tornadoes with a second inning single. Another one of those could plate another Tornado run here and put them within 3. First pitch here to Rogers, swung on, hit over to second, picked up by Cardona, and the throw onto first will retire the Tornadoes here in the 3rd. Brevard does get a run across, though, courtesy of a solo home run by Michaela Morgan. Back here in a moment for the top of the 4th, 5-1 Carolina University. Back here for the 4th as Abby Delp's first pitch to Mary Miller misses outside for ball 1. Miller popped out to first. Her first time up to end the first inning. And the 1-0 swung on and chopped left side foul over by the Tornado dugout. Ball and a strike here. Start off the 4th. Natos no longer being shut out, down 4 runs here in the 4th. 5-1 score in favor of the Carolina University Bruins. A 1-1 here from Delp is in the dirt for ball 2. And ever since that 4-run first inning, Abby Delp has looked a lot sharper. And, of course, as we mentioned, not all of that damage in the first inning was her fault. A couple of errors. Delp has done a good job not allowing the damage to grow any further, as a swing and a miss there from Miller for strike 2. Two balls, 2 strikes here, top of the 4th. Mary Miller, the 8-hole hitter, wearing number 8 for the Bruins. Delp taking a look at Coach Bree Sheeran and the Tornado dugout. And now the 2-2. Can't handle it. Gabby Hooper, a sharp line at a 3rd, and now mishandled by Hyatt, but the runner will not advance to second. Tough play there for Hooper, and it eats her up. Will not be an error. Really hard hit ball there. Puts the leadoff runner on. Leadoff hitter at first base, Mary Miller. And now here's Leah James, who struck out her first time up to start off the second inning. The only strikeout for Delp to this point. Runner on first, nobody out. First pitch here is lifted foul right side. A ground ball here could be very good for the Tornadoes. Corners playing in, Hooper and Sorrell. Layton and Morgan further back near the grass. This one shows bunt. And that one fouled straight back now in an 0-2 hole. He'll take a strikeout too. We've already got her once with one. Leah James, sophomore out of Griffin, Georgia, Spalding High School. No balls, 2 strikes. You can play around a little bit here with a pitch if you want. Delp, the 0-2 is sent back foul again. And another 0-2 coming up. Runner on first. Nobody away here in the top of the fourth. Delp, the pitch. Swung on, sent left side, picked up. Hooper, throw on to second in time for out number 1. Heads up play there to get the lead runner by Gabby Hooper, recovering from that last play to get Miller put off the base paths. Fielder's choice there for James. Now here's Zamaya Thomas. She's tripled and walked in her 2 appearances. Trying to retire her for the first time in this one. It'll be hard to turn a double play with the speed of Thomas. First pitch here is sent back foul. Nado's trying to chip away. Got a run in the third. Trying to retire the Bruin bats without any further damage. Try and cut into that lead a little bit more. This one lined up the middle, picked up, toss over to second, and that one is fumbled by Layton. There will be no outs. It's another Tornado error. And you can't give away outs like that. Thomas reaching for the 3rd time in 3 appearances. It'll be an E4. And now first and second for the Bruins with 1 away. And if you're Delp, just really unfortunate the way you've had to work for a few more extra outs. Defense has not been playing their sharpest game behind you as that one in there for strike 1. And that does take a toll on a pitcher, whether it's baseball or softball, when your defense doesn't capitalize on opportunities to create outs. You got to work that much harder. Makes it difficult. Delp ahead 0-1 here on Cardona. That one outside for ball 1. Runner Thomas at second. Maybe trying to deke out Barnes. At least making her give a second look over there. Ball and a strike, 1 away here in the top of the 4th. Nado's trailing at 5-1. And the pitch by Delp is swung on and ripped into center field for a base hit. Queen comes up throwing into the cutoff. Throw to the plate is not in time. Thomas will score. It's another run, an RBI single. The runner will advance to second on the throw, and it's 6-1 Carolina University. Just like that, the Morgan home run erased. Nado's right back where they started, down by 5. With 1 away. And now 2 in scoring position for Kaylee Bolch, who has an RBI double and an RBI ground out. First pitch here to Bolch. Taken high for ball 1. Ball and no strikes here. And this one taken low and away for ball 2. Two balls and no strikes, one away here. Courtney Cox on deck. Bolch trying to keep the line moving. 2-0 is sent up the middle, picked up late, and throw on to first is in time for out number 2, but another run will score. It is now 7-1 Bruins. Another RBI ground out for Bolch, and that's her 3rd RBI of the afternoon. 7-1 here, and Courtney Cox back up for her 3rd plate appearance here in inning number 4. Six-run deficit now for the Tornadoes. Came into this inning trailing by 4 and moving backwards here as that one misses outside for ball 1. Ball and no strikes here. Delp trying to record the 3rd out and get the bats back up as that one taken high and away for ball 2. Runner on 3rd is Cardona. Had an RBI single moments ago. 2-0 here. Delp working from behind and has done that a little bit too often in this one. And the pitch is ripped into right field. That one's going to drop past an outstretched Rogers, and it's going to roll to the wall. Cox will run for a while. Picking it up, Rogers, throw into the cut, and it is a triple. RBI triple for Cox. And it is now 8-1. Tornadoes just not the kind of outing that you want. It looked like things were turning around the last couple of frames, and Carolina University has pounced once again. 8-1 here now in the 4th. And the pitch is lifted foul right side over the Bruin dugout. No balls and a strike. 2 away here, still seeking that 3rd out. Rogers made a great effort on that last play, diving, but could not get there. And the 0-1 is ripped up the middle and caught in center field by Carly Queen to bring an end to this top half of the 4th. 3 more runs plated by the Bruins, and the Tornadoes now in a 7-run hole. Back here in a moment, 8-1 Carolina University when we get back. Home half of the fourth here. Tornadoes trailing at 8-1, and it'll be Valerie Sorrell to start things off. First pitch is popped up right side, chasing after it Cox, and she'll run out of room. That one out of play. And in other news, the Tornadoes moments ago found themselves trailing 15-9 in Buena Vista, Virginia, to the Southern Virginia Knights. The Tornado baseball team was trailing 15-9 and now has closed the gap to 15-14 at the top of the seventh, and no pitching to speak of in that one. Nearly 30 combined runs and a slugfest in game one of a doubleheader over there. Last chance in the seventh inning over there as Sorrell rips one through the left side for a base hit. A leadoff single here to start off inning number 4 on the offensive end for the Tornadoes, and now it'll be Evie Layton.
Number 13, Evie Layton.
Sorrell on first now. And the pitch outside for ball 1 to Layton. Ball, no strikes. Sorrell on first. And that one outside as well, ball 2. Two and 0 here. Layton in the driver's seat. And the pitch hits her. Layton will take her base, and it'll be first and second with none away. And that'll bring up Sarah Barnes, who grounded out her first time. An opportunity here with 2 on and nobody out. As Brooks running into trouble here. And the Tornadoes now, by the way, in baseball have taken the lead 16-15 as that one sent up the middle by Barnes. It is a slow roller. It's knocked down, throw on to first, not in time, and bobbled. It'll be an infield single. The shortstop, Crocker, couldn't get over there in time to make a play at second. Tried to throw over to first and couldn't get it. Now the bags are juiced with nobody out. It'll be an infield single for Sarah Barnes, and the first 3 hitters all have reached base. Another big opportunity for Hooper. Struck out looking her first time up. Stranded a pair of runners and looking to atone for that here as that one sent into left field, missing foul. If she straightens that one out, that plate's at least 2. And this is exactly what the Tornadoes need if they want to stay in this ball game. If Hooper can get an extra base hit, it'll bring a lot of new life to this Tornado offense. Got a good start last inning with the Michaela Morgan home run. Set yourselves back a little bit more, though, allowing a 3 spot in the top of the 4th. But a base hit here could change it all up. The 0-1 misses outside for ball 1, and a good stop there by Cox. If that one rolls, Sorrell might come around to score. And once again, the Tornadoes have crawled back, trailed 15-9, now lead at 16-15 in Buena Vista as that one taken outside for ball 2. Two balls and a strike here. Hitters count. That one lifted foul straight back. And the Nados taking that lead in the baseball game a moment ago on a Zach Allison single. Scored 2 runs. Brett Burchett and Lucas Granada coming across to give the Nados the lead. Give you updates on that one as it's in the final frame. That one missing high for ball 3 and the count full for Hooper. 2 7-inning games being played by the baseball team today. In the top of the 7th now with the lead, trying to finish this one off and secure a series victory and then hopefully a sweep in the next one. Here in this doubleheader, the Nados trail it by a bit, 8-1, but a full count here for Hooper, and the pitch lifted straight up chasing after it. Cox, and that one will drop into the stands, and Hooper will live to fight another pitch. And the NATOs now have scored 2 more runs, now lead at 18-15 in the baseball game. Blake Burchett with a 2-run RBI double. It is 18-15 Tornadoes in that baseball game. Yes, you heard that correctly. 33 combined runs in a 7-inning game, and it's still not over. Here in this one, NATO's trying to break through. Another payoff pitch to Hooper, swings through it. Hooper strikes out again, and that'll be out number 1. It'll bring up Beth Hyatt, who grounded out her first time. Out number 1, a big one there for Danielle Brooks. And Hooper got just under that one. Good job changing eye level there from Danielle Brooks. And both strikeouts, 2 of the 3 strikeouts by Brooks have been with Hooper as the victim. First pitch here to Hyatt is popped up left side, and that one's going to drop for a base hit in no man's land, but they will get the force at third. The throw in, Layton wasn't ready to go. It was kind of in an awkward spot, dropped in between 2 defenders, and the Tornadoes do get a run, but at the cost of an out. It is now 8-2, and all of a sudden the NATOs have gone from bases loaded and nobody out to runners on first and second with 2 outs and only 1 run to show for it. It'll be ruled as a fielder's choice, a bit awkward with that one. Here's Morgan, that one way high for ball 1. Michaela Morgan hit a home run her last time up. If she did that again, it'd be huge. NATO's trailing it by 6 here in the 4th. That one on the inside corner for strike 1. Morgan didn't like it. And some inconsistency we've seen with the home plate umpire today. Ball and a strike, 2 outs. And this one on the outside corner for strike 2. And now if you're Morgan, you got to swing the bat. Ball and 2 strikes, 2 away here in the bottom of the 4th. NATO's trailing at 8-2. 2 Tornadoes on the base pass right now, but NATO's in danger of straining them. The 1-2 here to Morgan. Swing and a miss. She chased the high stuff and went down swinging. Good work by Danielle Brooks to rebound, and another blown opportunity by the Tornadoes. We head to the top of the 5th. NATO's trail it by 6. Fifth inning of action here at BC. NATO's trailing at 8-2 as we start the 5th frame. And that one high and away to Korea Proctor, the first baseman. 1-0 here to Proctor. And the pitch. Swung, hit on left side. Morgan throws to first, and Sorrell has it for a quick out, number 1. We'll bring up Danielle Brooks. Brooks, the pitcher and designated player for the Bruins and has done a pretty good job, at least on the pitching end. Has grounded into a fielder's choice and a double play, but on the pitching end, 4 innings of 2-run ball. And that ERA just keeps shrinking for her despite the 0-4 record. Might pick up that first win today. First pitch to her is on the low and inside part of the zone for strike 1. Delp could use a quick inning here. Tornado Bats have started to heat up these last couple of innings. Just not quite able to push across as many runs as they need. As that one sent into left field. Coming on and making the grab is Beth Hyatt for a quick out number 2. And Delp off to a good start. These first 2 hitters retired quickly in the 5th. Bring up Mary Miller. Popped out to first and singled in her 2 plate appearances to this point. And Abby Delp trying to make her the 3rd out here in this top half of the 5th. Abby, first pitch, outside for ball 1. Tornadoes trying to scratch and claw their way back into this one. They need a little bit more run support. And the pitch swung on and missed for strike 1. Big hack there from Miller. Delp, ball on a strike, and the pitch swung and sent foul down the left field line. And now in a 2-strike hole. Ball and 2 strikes. Two away here in the top of the 5th. Ado's trailing it by 6. And the pitch popped up. Straightaway center. Queen coming on. She'll make the grab for out number 3. A 1-2-3 inning for Abby Delp. Just what the doctor ordered for the Tornadoes. And the NATO Bats coming back up here in just a moment. It'll be Queen, Olive, and Rogers when we get back. Tornadoes trailing at 8-2, bottom of the 5th, coming right up. Bottom of the 5th, NATO's trailing at 8-2 and trying to get a few more runs on the board here as we close in the latter part of this ball game. Carly Queen in the box taking strike 1 there. Queen singled her last time up, lined out to the pitcher her first time, seeing the ball well. And the 0-1 is ripped in the air right field. That one is going to drop. Another single for Carly Queen, this time to lead off the 5th. And it puts a runner on for Caitlin Olive, who's 0 for 2. She's due. Olive has grounded out and popped out
Batting for the Tornadoes, number 34, Caitlin Olive.
We saw Carly Queen steal second earlier in this ball game. We'll see if she tries to do the same thing here or if she just wants to let Olive swing away. First pitch, Queen going. That one fouled off. Wonder if that was Queen trying to steal again or if they were trying to do a hit and run. No balls and a strike. And the 0-1 taken for strike 2. And Olive got to protect now. And an 0-2 hole. Here in the bottom of the 5th, Natos have the leadoff runner on and Carly Queen. And the pitch is chopped back foul. Olive protecting and now taking a few steps out to regroup and think. Brooks has been tested a little bit, but she's weathered the storm each and every time, and as a result, Natos still trailing by 6 despite some good last few innings. See if Queen runs again here. The pitch swung on and missed for strike 3. Olive visibly frustrated there. For out number 1, that is the 5th strikeout for Danielle Brooks on the afternoon. And here's Serena Rogers. Queen still awaiting on first. She did try to run a couple of times last AB. We'll see if she does it here. Queen thinks about it. That one, strike 1 there. Swing and a miss. Rogers stepping in, trying to advance the runner here and keep the line moving. Time running out here. This one shows bunt. It is going to roll foul. A little bit too much backspin on that one. Nearly a very, very good bunt. And Natos have had a couple of those in this ball game. Just missed a couple of perfect bunts. And now Rogers in an 0-2 hole. Don't want to go down on strikes twice in a row if you're the Tornadoes in this spot. Here's the pitch. Outside, runner goes. Queen, throw down to second. Can't be handled. Another stolen base for Queen there. A good throw would have got her. But the shortstop, Crocker, not able to handle that one. It pops out. And now Rogers has a runner in scoring position. Natos have not hit the ball well with runners in scoring position today to this point. Rogers trying to turn the tide on that one. And the 1-2. Sent foul. And Rogers will see another pitch at least. Ball and 2 strikes, 1 away. Carly Queen on second. And the pitch. Swung on and missed. She went after it way out of the zone there, and Rogers sent down on strikes. Back-to-back strikeouts. 6th strikeout of the afternoon for Brooks. And the Tornadoes, once again, just not running up balls in these counts, just kind of swinging at everything. As a result, down 6 here in the bottom of the 5th. Here's Valerie Sorrell. First pitch to her is on the inside corner for strike 1. And just pointing once again at the Natos' struggles with runners in scoring position. Well documented today. Only 2 runs pushed across, despite some pretty productive offensive output the last few frames. Only 2 runs to show for it. The 0-1 here to Sorrell, low and outside for ball 1. Ball and a strike here. Even count And this one lifted foul down the right side. Out of play, and now Sorrell in a 2-strike hole. Ball and 2 strikes, 2 away here. Carly Queen still awaits on second. The 1-2 is going to hit Sorrell. And second time that she has reached base. Hit by pitch and a single for her in her last 2 appearances. Second hit by pitch that we've seen from Danielle Brooks. And the other one was Evie Layton, who is now stepping into the box here. Single and a hit by pitch for Layton on the day. Perfect in terms of reaching base. And trying to keep it going here in the bottom of the 5th. Sarah Barnes on deck if they get to her. And the first pitch here is on the inside corner for strike 1. No balls and a strike, 2 away here, bottom of the 5th. NATOs need to at least get a run here. Corners playing in, the 0-1 on the inside corner again for strike 2. And that inside part of the plate, the umpire has been generous with all day long. Definitely a little partial to that inside corner. The 0-2 here to Layton. Popped up, left side out of play. An 0-2 hole, Evie Layton at the plate. Got to protect. 2 runners on. NATOs have been stranding runners all afternoon. Here's the pitch. Sent back foul, and Layton continues to protect. I don't remember the last time the Tornadoes drew a 3-ball count in this game. It's been aggressive, and part of that is Brooks has just been hitting her spots and staying in the zone for most of this game, but not patient approaches from the Tornadoes. Another 0-2 coming. Swing and a miss. 3rd strikeout of the inning for Brooks. Sends the NATOs down scoreless. 2 more runners stranded. And we'll be back in just a moment for the top of the 6th. Sixth inning here at BC. Tornadoes trailing at 8-2. Abby Delp back out pitching, and the first pitch lofted right field. Rogers under it, and she will make the catch for out number 1. Leah James retired there. We'll bring up Zamaya Thomas, who is still yet to be retired today in 3 appearances, a triple, a walk, and then reached on an error. Bruins leading at 8-2. NATOs trying to hold serve. Hooper and Sorrell both playing in. First pitch hit by Sorrell. And it'll be another hit for Zamaya Thomas. Her second of the afternoon, along with a walk and then reaching on an error. And Zamaya Thomas just impossible to set down for the Tornadoes. I'll bring up Jessica Cardona, who has hits in each of her last two at-bats. Similar story to Thomas, has not been retired in this one. Reached on an error in her first plate appearance. Since then, a double and an RBI single. And Abby Delp hoping that does not continue here, trying to set her down. With Thomas on first, once again, not a great double play chance here, as that one hits the inside part of the zone for strike one. No balls and a strike here. Delp awaiting Cardona. She steps in the box now. Delp ready. The pitch. She shows bunt. Gets it down. And Hooper comes up throwing to first. It's out of the reach of Layton. Coming around to third is Thomas, and it's another Tornado error. Hooper probably was not going to be able to get the out. Tried to hurry it up, and then just a little bit too high, sailing it through the glove of Evie Layton. And now first and third. Second time that we have seen Jessica Cardona reach on an error, although that may be ruled as an infield single. So an infield bunt single, a nice bunt that just died in between the pitcher, catcher, and third baseman. And now here's Bolch. Runner goes to second. Throw down is not in time. Now throw to the plate is in. Oh, they call her safe. A double steal. They rule Thomas safe at the plate. That throw beat her. That throw got her. Wow. Tag was applied by Barnes before Thomas reached the plate. I'm not sure what the umpire was looking at. And another run on the board for the Bruins. (9-2) now on the double steal. Bolch still at the plate. NATO's now trailing by 7. And the pitch grounded left side. Hooper has it. Throw on to first in time for out number 2. Cardona still on third. A ground out to Hooper there by Bolch. And that's her third ground ball of the afternoon. 2 of them have plated runs. 2 RBI groundouts to second, and then an RBI, or no RBI there on the ground out to third. And this will bring up Courtney Cox, an RBI triple, her last turn. 9-2. Pitch lined right past the face of Abby Delp. Will bring in another run. It is an 8-run deficit now for the Tornadoes. Just a stinger up the middle. Abby Delp lucky to get out of the way of that one. That one screaming towards Delp. She just had to get out of the way. No play to be made. And an RBI single for Courtney Cox makes it 10-2. Pitch here is lifted in the air, left field. Hyatt chasing after it, and she will make the grab for out number 3. 2 more runs come across for the Bruins, one of them on a very questionable call at the plate. NATO's trailing it by 8 as we head to the bottom of the 6th. Back here in a moment. Bottom of the sixth, NATO's trailing it 10-2. Need to score some runs to keep this one going. Otherwise, the mercy rule will come into effect with the NATO's trailing by 8. Sarah Barnes will be the first one of the dish. Had an infield single her last time up. A ground out in her other at-bat. Brooks trying to complete the entire game here. The 0-1 sent on the ground over to short, picked up, throw to first is not going to be hauled in there by Proctor. It'll be an E6. Barnes reaching on the air there. And the kind of start the Tornadoes wanted here to this sixth. Got to get runs across to keep this one going. And it'll be Gabby Hooper, who has struck out both times, once swinging and one looking. (10-2) Carolina University. First pitch to Hooper, shows bunt, pulls back quickly, and that one's outside for ball one. Hooper, followed by Beth Hyatt, then Michaela Morgan, if he gets that far. 7 strikeouts for Brooks in 5 innings of work, as that one waved at with a bunt attempt and missed by Hooper. Count even at 1 apiece. And time called as third baseman Miller retying her cleat. Now we're good to go. Hooper ready to step in. Once again, NATO's have to score here in this inning to avoid being mercy ruled, down 8 runs here in the 6th. The 1-1 swung on, ripped into center field, but right to Zamaya Thomas for out number 1. That one was hard hit, just not where you want to hit it, right at the center fielder. So Hooper set down for the 3rd time in 3 tries. And here's Beth Hyatt, who is 0 for 2. A ground out to 3rd and a fielder's choice on the line for Beth Hyatt. The first pitch is grounded. Right side, Hyatt trying to dig. Throw to first is in time for out number 2. Hyatt was trying to dig. It will move Barnes over to second, but the NATO's down to their final out in Michaela Morgan. Morgan had driven in one of the 2 Tornado runs with a solo shot in the 3rd. Down to the final out. Pitch here to Morgan is in the dirt. Barnes fakes running over to 3rd and now heads back to the second base bag. A base hit here could extend the game. If Morgan is retired, that will end the game. Brooks an out away from a complete game. The 1-0 in the dirt again, ball 2. 5 2/3, 7 strikeouts, 2 runs given up by Brooks. A really good showing. Came into the day with a 2.72 ERA. And the 2-0. Down the middle for strike 1, and Morgan in a hitter's count here with no margin for error for the Tornadoes if they want this one to keep going. A rough go of it here in this one. Down 10-2 in the 6th. The pitch lifted in the air, left field, chasing after it. That one is going to be off the wall. It'll be an RBI. The game will continue, at least for the time being, as Sarah Barnes comes across for the 3rd Tornado run. An RBI double for Michaela Morgan, and a good day for her at the plate. It'll bring Carly Queen back up, who has singles in both of her last 2 trips. Tornadoes now guaranteed a 7th inning after that one, as strike 1 drops in from Brooks. Brooks was an out away from finishing this one off. Michaela Morgan nearly with her second home run of the afternoon. Missed just off the wall. Still played it a run and got a second, though, where she stands right now. The 0-1 to Queen, lifted, pop, and it is caught by Korea Proctor for out number 3. The NATOs get another run via the Michaela Morgan RBI double off the wall, but still in a big hole, 10-3, as we head to the top of the 7th. NATOs prolonging the ball game and avoiding the 6th inning mercy rule. Back here in just a moment, 10-3 Bruins. Back here for the top of the 7th, it'll be Korea Proctor, who just caught out number 3 in the bottom of the 6th. To start things off here in the 7th, Proctor 1 for 3, flew out to right field, singled, and grounded out to short. Abby Delp still out there, going to ride this one out. This one in the dirt for ball 1 to Proctor. Bit of a rough go of it for Abby Delp today. 10 runs, only 8 of them earned, 2 unearned coming in the first inning. So that one misses outside for ball 2. And that outside corner has not been given to either pitcher very much. The inside corner is the strike that the home plate umpire has been calling for most of this ball game. Delp in a 2-0 hole here, and the pitch. That one is called on the outside corner for strike 1. A hitter's count here for Korea Proctor, the Bruin first baseman. Two balls and a strike. And that one misses outside for ball 3. 3-1. Three balls and a strike here to Korea Proctor, and the pitch. Grounded, left side, foul. Hooper going after it. Full count pitch here from Delp is sent straight back towards us, and we'll do it again.
It went out for a minute, but
Full count pitch coming here once again to Korea Proctor. Delp not trying to walk the leadoff hitter. And the pitch. Taken high for ball 4, and she will do just that. Announcer's jinx will chalk that one up to that, as Proctor reaching first there on the walk. And then I'll bring up Danielle Brooks. Brooks, the pitcher, who we will probably see in the bottom half of the inning, back out there in the circle, as that one in the dirt for ball 1. Proctor not a threat to run at first. Ball and no strikes here to Brooks, who is yet to record a base hit on the afternoon. She's made up for it pitching, though, however, as she sends that one back foul. Ball and a strike here. Korea Proctor on first after the walk. The 1-1 swung on and missed. Throw back over to first, and a good throw could have nailed her. Barnes missing a little bit wide to the left, and Proctor able to get back in there. No sense of urgency there by Korea Proctor. After the swing and a miss, a 1-2 hole here. The pitch is grounded left side, picked up by Morgan. Throw on to second for 1, on to first for 2, not in time. A fielder's choice there to get Proctor at second. Nice play by Michaela Morgan for out number 1. So the pitcher, Brooks, now 0 for 4 on the afternoon, but once again is more than made up for it on the other end, only allowing 3 runs in 6 innings with 7 strikeouts. Here's Mary Miller. Miller 1 for 3, a single sandwich between a pop out to first and a fly out to center field. And if Abby Delp can induce a ground ball here, could spell the end of the 7th inning for Carolina University. First pitch here in the dirt. Nice stop there by Barnes. Valerie Sorrell playing in a little bit. Now she backs up just in front of the bag. Hooper the same alignment on the third base side. And the 1-0 in the dirt again, ball 2. Delp falling behind once again. That has been one key difference between the Bruins hitters and the Tornadoes hitters, is the Bruins have been working counts and getting into 2-ball, 3-ball counts. The Tornadoes have been extremely aggressive all afternoon against Brooks and have rarely gotten into those sort of counts, swinging at the first pitch a lot and maybe a little bit too aggressive here this afternoon. They find themselves down 7. The 2-0 outside for ball 3, and Delp in danger of walking another and making it first and second. 3 balls, no strikes. And the 3-0. Chopped left side. Hooper picks it up on a hop. Throw to second for 1. Layton can't handle it. Another dropped exchange there by Evie Layton. It'll be a fielder's choice E4. Couldn't handle the throw. A nice pick there by Gabby Hooper. And a nice throw over to second, and Layton could not handle it. That'll bring up Leah James. James 0 for 3, a strikeout, a fielder's choice, and a fly out to right field. Now first and second with 1 away here in the top of the 7th. She shows bunt. That one sent back foul. James, we'll see if she tries to place another bunt down or if she's going to just swing away here. The 0-1 lifted in the air, right field, coming on Rogers. Layton, it's going to drop between them for a base hit. The throw into third, however, is going to hit the runner. It will be a single, and now bases are loaded. Another mishap in the field by the Tornadoes, and the defense has just been sorely lacking all afternoon. And again, has made Abby Delp have to earn extra outs all afternoon. And not who you want to see in this situation, Zamaya Thomas, who has not been put down all day. It'll be a single for James. Just dropping right between Evie Layton and Serena Rogers, and Layton probably should have backed off and let Rogers come on to get that one coming towards it. Instead, it drops between the two of them, and now the bases are loaded with 1 out for Zamaya Thomas. If there's ever been a time to record the first out on Zamaya Thomas all afternoon, it is right now. Nados are trailing by 7. Can't afford to be trailing by any more as you head to your final at bat. First pitch is lined into center field for a base hit. 1 run will score. Throw in to short will be cut off, and it'll be a 1-run RBI single. An unearned run. And 3 for 4 is Thomas. A triple, 2 singles, a walk, and reached on an error in the 4th as well. It's been unstoppable. And another player coming up who has not been retired all day, Jessica Cardona. (11-3). This one lifted up right side, chasing after it. And Layton and Rogers cannot get to it again. Throw into second to get the out is in time. It'll be a fielder's choice. Runner will score. It is now 12-3. It'll be another unearned run on Delp's line. And here's Kaylee Bulch with 2 away. Runners on the corners. Bulch has grounded out 3 times. 2 of those resulted in RBIs as that first pitch outside for ball 1. Bulch from the left side. NATO's now trailing by 9. Came into the inning down 10-3, now 12-3. Pitch by Delp. In the dirt, a ball, throw down to second as the runner goes. Not in time, throw to the plate, also not in time. Another run will score. Leah James coming across to score. It is 13-3. And all day it's just seemed like 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards for the Tornadoes. As Cardona moves up to second, James coming across to score. And they've got Sarah Barnes a few times with that, with runners on the corners. Send the runner on first and throw down to second results in the runner on third being able to come across. This one popped in the air left field. It's going to drop for a base hit. Hyatt's throw in. Not in time and off the mark. Another run will score. It is 14-3. It'll be an RBI single for Bulch. Advances to second on the throw. And here's Courtney Cox, who has RBIs in each of her last 2 trips to the plate, an RBI triple and an RBI single. First pitch high and outside for ball 1, and just a rough day for Abby Delp and the Tornado defense as a whole. See some good things on offense. Can't quite say the same about the other side of the ball today. Ball and no strikes. Delp trying to record the final out here in the 7th. As that one grounded over to short, picked up. Morgan throw on to first, a laser to Sorrell, and that will be it. 4 more runs pushed across for the Bruins, and it's going to be hard for the Tornadoes to come back in this one. Last chance, NATO's trailing by 11. Back here in just a moment. Home half of the seventh, last try for the Tornadoes. Going to be tough to salvage this one, trailing 14-3. It'll start off with Caitlin Olive, who was 0 for 3 in this one. First pitch here, taken for strike one. Olive, the 3-hole hitter for the Tornadoes, still searching for her first base hit of the afternoon in the final frame. 14-3 Bruins. And that one sent up the middle, knocked down, but it will be a base hit. Nice try there by the shortstop Crocker, but Olive able to reach base with her first base hit of the afternoon, a single in trip number 4, and that'll bring up Serena Rogers, who is 1 for 3. Singled her first at bat. Since then, a ground out to second and a strikeout, and now might have a pinch runner coming in. Some sort of substitution. Looks like it will be a pinch runner for the Tornadoes. It'll be number 24, Jasmine Webb. Olive, the designated player, being sent over to the dugout for the speedier Webb. And now we're ready to go here. Brooks trying to finish it off. Rogers in the box, and the first pitch sent back, foul. No balls and a strike here to Serena Rogers. Runner on first. Jasmine Webb, nobody out. This one is high for a ball. Ball and a strike here to Serena Rogers. This one sent back foul again, and now Rogers in a 1-2 hole. Rogers, the cleanup hitter, struck out her last time up, singled in her first at bat. Webb awaits on first. And that one taken for strike 3 right down the middle. Not sure what Rogers was waiting for on that one. Second strikeout for Rogers, 8th for Danielle Brooks. And here's Valerie Sorrell with one away. Natos down to their last 2 outs, trailing by 11. And that one ripped foul down the left side just a little bit early, but she got every piece of that one. Natos, game 2 coming up after this, going to look to rebound here against the Bruins and split the doubleheader. The 0-1. Fouled off right side over toward the Carolina University dugout. For the Bruins, if they finish this one off, it'll be win number 4 for them in 13 tries, and the Natos will fall to 2-5 on the season. Brooks, trying to get these last 2 outs, has Valerie Sorrell in an 0-2 hole. And the pitch swung on and missed. Strikeout number 9 for Brooks. And the Natos, just like that, down to their last out. It'll be Evie Layton. Webb still standing on first, has not tried to go, and definitely will not try and go here with 2 outs. (14-3) Natos about to fall here, it appears. This one sent in the air, right side, and it will drop in foul ground for strike 1. Layton, a single and a hit by pitch with a strikeout in her last at-bat. No balls and a strike, 2 away. And the pitch. High and outside for ball 1. Ball on a strike, pitch to Layton, lifted in the air, left side, coming up under it, and making the catch for out number 3 is Kaylee Bolch, and the NATOs are going to fall in this one 14-3. NATOs falling by 11 in game 1 of this doubleheader, 14-3. Michaela Morgan with a solo home run. Abby Delp, not her best day in the circle for Carolina University. Danielle Brooks with 9 strikeouts going the distance, 7 innings, 3 runs, and the NATOs will look to bounce back here in a few minutes here in game 2. Don't go anywhere, folks. That game right here where you watched game 1 coming up in just a few minutes. Tornado softball trying to salvage the doubleheader and get a split against the Carolina University Bruins. Back here in just a few minutes. And welcome back, everyone. For everyone just now joining us, welcome to Game 2 of a doubleheader between the Carolina University Bruins and the Brevard College Tornadoes. Brevard falling 14-3, a lopsided Game 1 loss for the Tornadoes, looking to bounce back and split the doubleheader here against the Bruins with a new pitcher, Grace Reynolds, starting this one. Reynolds 0-1 on the season in a few appearances, and looking to provide a spark from the circle for the Tornadoes. Abby Delp pitched Game 1, got roughed up a little bit. Delp went 7 innings, allowed 14 hits, 14 runs, only 8 of them of the earned variety, but still not a very crisp day for Delp, and the Nados looking to turn their fate around here in Game 2 with Reynolds in the circle, and the first batter she will face will be the red-hot Zamaya Thomas. Thomas in Game 1 with 3 base hits and a walk, also reached on an error. They did not retire Thomas once in that first game, and Reynolds going to try and change that. First pitch here to Zamaya Thomas is taken outside for ball 1, and we're underway here in Game 2. Tornadoes and Bruins. Bruins sitting at 4-9 after that Game 1 victory. The Tornadoes sitting at 2-5. And the 1-0 is lifted. Center field coming on and making the catch on the infield is Gabby Hooper playing second base. Hooper started at third in Game 1. 2 pitches and a quick out as the wind starts to pick up here. Jessica Cardona now into the plate. Cardona was retired once, and that was on a fielder's choice in the 7th as that first pitch in the dirt for ball 1. The 1-0 here from Reynolds misses outside for ball 2. Two balls and no strikes here. Reynolds recording the first out on Zamaya Thomas, a pop out to Gabby Hooper moments ago. Falling behind here 2-0 to Cardona, the second baseman, and that one ripped into left center field. Coming on and making the catch is Beth Hyatt. Nice range out there in center from Hyatt, who was playing left in Game 1, now shifting over to center. The center fielder, Carly Queen, and Beth Hyatt switching places here in this second game. And Hyatt able to come down with that one for out number 2. And here's Kaylee Bolch. Had a few RBIs, 3 RBIs to be exact, in Game 1. Hitting from the left side here with 2 outs, and Reynolds' first pitch is sent on the ground over towards Hooper. Gets it, throw on to first in time. A 1-2-3 inning for Grace Reynolds, and a much better first inning than Game 1 for the Tornadoes. Now the bat's coming up. Scoreless game as we head to the bottom of the first. Bottom of the first here. Brevard getting ready to take their first hacks. They'll be facing off against Grace Crocker. Crocker, who was in the field in game 1, playing shortstop, now takes the mound. Crocker 0-1 with a 7.50 ERA. Nato's going to look to jump on her early and often here in game 2, and it'll start with Michaela Morgan, who homered and nearly had a second home run, an RBI double that went off of the fence, and 2 of the 3 RBIs by the Tornadoes did come courtesy of Michaela Morgan's bat, and she looks to continue her hot hitting as she digs in here against the righty Crocker. And the first pitch taken for strike 1. It'll be Morgan, Queen, and Barnes, the first 3 hitters. Sarah Barnes bumped up to the 3 spot, that one in the dirt for ball 1. A little bit of a different lineup here for the Tornadoes in this one. Morgan, Queen, and Barnes, followed up by Olivia Martinez, who we did not see in game 1. Then Abby Delp, the designated player in the 5 spot, followed up by Gabby Hooper and Valerie Sorrell, Jasmine Webb, and Beth Hyatt rounding out the lineup here. 1-1 to Michaela Morgan, this one in the dirt for ball 2. One thing the Tornadoes have not lacked today is dugout energy. Slightest thing happens and it gets pretty hectic over there. 2 balls and a strike, hitters count here to Michaela Morgan. Once again, the best hitter for the Tornadoes in game 1 with the home run and the RBI double. And this one tapped foul by Morgan, and the count evened up at 2 apiece. Morgan 2 for 4 in that first game. And the pitch. Line foul. Down the third base line. Got a lot of that one. Scorching off the bat. But just a loud foul ball. Now digging back in here. First batter of the day for Grace Crocker. The pitcher who was playing shortstop in game 1, now the 2-2. Swing and a miss. Sets down Morgan on strikes. She had 1 strikeout in the first game and now sent down on strikes in her first AB of game 2. Carly Queen now stepping into the box. Queen was 2 for 4 as well in that first game. 2 singles coming in the 3rd and 5th innings. Had a stolen base, 2 stolen bases as well as she swings and misses at the first pitch there. Natos, we'll see if they stray from that approach they had in the first game. They were very aggressive, did not work deep into counts as the 0-1 here is grounded. Left side, going to be a tough play. Queen trying to beat it out and cannot. Nice throw there by the third baseman, Miller. And that will be out number 2. And it'll bring up Sarah Barnes hitting in the 3 spot in this one. Barnes was the 7-hole hitter in game 1. Now taking cuts here in inning number 1 with 2 down and nobody on. First pitch, low and inside for ball 1. Ball and no strikes here to Sarah Barnes, the Tornado catcher here for both games. And the 1-0 swung on and missed on an inside pitch. Count even up at 1 apiece. Barnes reached on an infield single earlier, that one in the dirt. And I say it may have, looks like it hit Sarah Barnes. She'll get over to first. A hit by pitch there with 2 outs. Sarah Barnes, I thought that pitch might have skipped and hit her, but a hit by pitch nonetheless. And now a runner on base for Olivia Martinez, the cleanup hitter. Martinez playing third in this contest. And the first pitch to Martinez, inside for ball 1. And maybe a balk now. Barnes being sent back over to first. Some confusion. And 1-0 now. Martinez stepping back in. The 1-0 here. High for ball 2. And an update from earlier, Tornado Baseball final in their 9-inning game 1 of their doubleheader against Southern Virginia. NATO's securing a series victory with a 19-16 victory over the Knights earlier. The 2-0 here in there for strike 1. Tornado's about to start things off top of the first at Southern Virginia for game 3 of the series. Then they'll have a week off, a home series next weekend, 3-game set against Pfeiffer. Conference play starting this weekend. NATO's off to a 2-0 start. The 2-1 pitch here to Martinez, grounded right side, and it's going to get through for a base hit. Barnes will stay put at second base, and a 2-out single for Olivia Martinez, the first base knock of game 2 here for the Tornadoes. Two runners on now with 2 away for Abby Delp. Delp looking to have a little bit better performance at the plate than she did in the circle earlier in game 1. A lot of errors and some defensive miscues that did not benefit Abby at all, but 7 runs, 7 innings, 14 hits, 14 runs, 8 of them earned. Not her best performance in the circle, and now as the designated player for the Tornadoes, taking her first cuts of the ball game and looking at ball 1 there. 2 on, 2 out. Here in the bottom of the first, scoreless game. NATO's trying to split the doubleheader here with the Bruins. The 1-0 taken with a late strike 1 call. See what kind of zone the umpire has in this one. Different umpire from game 1 who favored the inside corner. We'll see the zone for this one as this game unfolds. Ball and a strike, and the pitch to Delp is swung on, grounded over to third. She'll take it to the bag for the force, and that will be it. NATO strand a pair, still scoreless as we head to the top of the second here. Tornado softball back in just a moment. Back here for the second. Scoreless ball game here, and Grace Reynolds out for her second inning of work. It'll be Courtney Cox to greet her to start off the second. Cox followed by Crocker, the pitcher, and then Korea Proctor. First pitch from Reynolds here, low and outside for ball 1. 1-2-3 first for Reynolds. Much different than the 4-run first inning that Carolina University had in game 1. Ball, no strikes, and the pitch from Reynolds is chopped over to the left side. Booted by Morgan. Still has a chance to throw to first. She's got her. Cox a bit slow of foot. And with Morgan booting that, she realized she still had plenty of time to make the throw, set into it, and then fired over to first for out number 1. And so now Reynolds has retired the first 4 batters that she has faced. And she'll try and make it 5 with Grace Crocker, her opponent on the other side in the circle. Crocker was 0 for 4 in game 1. First pitch here is hit right over to third. Lost by Martinez. Throw on to first, not in time. And that'll be an infield single there. Smoker off the bat that Martinez couldn't quite handle. And now it'll be Korea Proctor with a runner on first and one away here in the top of the second. Proctor had a single and a walk in game one. And the first pitch here taken for strike one on the outside part of the plate. No balls and a strike here to Korea Proctor. Grace Crocker on first, and the 0-1 is bounced to the backstop. Crocker will get to second, will take the turn, and then head back. Barnes couldn't find it. A wild pitch there for Reynolds, and now the Bruins with a runner in scoring position here early on in the second. Ball and a strike, one away now. Runner in second for Korea Proctor. And the pitch taken high for ball two, and now a hitter's count for Proctor. Proctor, the first baseman for Carolina University. Here in game two of a doubleheader between the Tornadoes and the Bruins. Bruins taking game one 14-3. NATO's trying to earn a split here, and the 2-1 taken inside for ball three, and Reynolds needs to reel it in. Three balls and a strike, one away here. Top of the second, and Grace Reynolds in danger of making it first and second with one away after recording a quick first out. Nice play by Michaela Morgan. And the 3-1 lifted in the air, right side, chasing after it Webb, and that one will go out of play for strike two. Count full with one away here. Top of the second. Home plate umpire adjusting the mask, and now stepping behind. Full count and a payoff pitch coming here in just a moment from Grace Reynolds. And here it is. Swing and a miss. Got her. Nice pitch there from Reynolds. Can't help but smile there as out number two comes in the form of a K, her first of the afternoon, and it'll bring up Danielle Brooks, who had a stellar pitching performance in game one. 7 innings, 9 strikeouts, 2 earned runs for Brooks in the circle for the Bruins in game one. Now Reynolds delivers in there for strike one. At the plate, Brooks didn't do much. 0 for 4. Couple of fielders' choices, a fly out and a double play. But in the circle, she was brilliant, helping lead the Bruins to a 14-3 victory. And an 0-1 hole here. The pitch from Reynolds is hit over to short. What a play, Michaela Morgan. Nice reaction time there by Morgan, and 2 nice plays by number 14 in the field are going to send us to the bottom of the second. Still scoreless here. NATO bats coming up. It'll be Hooper, Sorrell, and Webb when we get back. Back here for the home half of the second, it'll be Gabby Hooper to start things off. Hooper playing second base, played third in game one of the doubleheader. Hooper was 0 for 3 in that first game, looking to rebound here at the plate in this one. 2 strikeouts and a flyout in that first game that saw the Tornadoes lose. And now the first pitch from Crocker here. Hooper shows bunt, pulls back, and takes ball 1 high. Hooper, Sorrell, and Webb, the 3 that'll come up. Webb we saw come into pinch run. Did not see her bat in game 1. And the 1-0 is ripped up the middle for a base hit for Hooper. A leadoff single to start things off, and that's got to feel good after an 0 for 3 performance in game 1. Hooper ripping a single up the middle in her first at-bat. And it'll bring up Valerie Sorrell. And we'll see if they decide to send Gabby Hooper or not down to second. Try and get a runner in scoring position early on here for Sorrell. One of the more powerful bats in the Tornado lineup. Saw her get a hold of a few in that first game, some of them going foul. She shows bunt, lays it down. There it is. Good bunt. Throw on to first. It is spiked. It's out of her hand. Nobody was covering the bag at first. She went to throw it. No one was there, and she couldn't hold it off. That one will be an E5. The third baseman, Miller, coming up to throw it to first, and nobody was there. So it'll be an E5 that Sorrell reaches on. Hooper all the way to third. A hectic play there, and now Tornadoes have runners on the corners with nobody out to start the second here. And a chance to take their first lead that they've seen all day. Will be Jasmine Webb, who we saw pinch run, as I previously mentioned, in game 1. And shows bunt, pulls back, swings, and hits it over towards the Bruin dugout. First and third, Sorrell, the Tornado on first, Hooper on third. And Jasmine Webb, the right fielder, at the plate. The 0-1 shows bunt, pulls back, and takes ball 1. One ball and 1 strike here to Webb, speedy right fielder, freshman. And really any contact here except a pop out could score the runner from third. It's a bunt laid down, and there will not be any play but to first, but Hooper cannot advance. Not the way you drew that one up, giving away an out essentially, except Sorrell does move up to second. And now you have 2 in scoring position. I might would have swung away there if it was me. But Webb does move the runner over to second with the sacrifice bunt. And so here's Beth Hyatt with 1 away and 2 in scoring position. Sorrell on second, Gabby Hooper on third after the leadoff single and an error. And that one hit over to third. Throw over to the plate, will not get an out. Hooper over to third. Sorrell running back to second. There will not be an out. Fielder's choice there. Hooper sold that she was running to home. They threw it to the plate. She got back. Sorrell was caught in between second and third, but no one was covering the second base bag, and she's able to get back safely. Hyatt on first now, and the bases are loaded. And now the shoe's on the other foot. We saw some Tornado defensive miscues in game 1, and the Bruins taking their turn at it now. Bases loaded with 1 away. It goes back to the top of the lineup. Michaela Morgan might be the hottest bat on the team. She takes a swing and a miss at strike 1. Struck out her first time up. Base hit here could do some damage. No balls on a strike, and the pitch from Crocker is ripped. Left side through the hole. Hooper will score. It's mishandled in left field. Coming around to score, Sorrell. Throw into third is cut off. A 2-run single for Michaela Morgan, advancing to second on the throw. And it is 2-0 Tornadoes, their first lead they have had all day. Michaela Morgan continues to drive in runs, her third RBI on the afternoon, 2 of them in game 1, and then right there with the RBI single, Morgan continues to swing a hot stick. And it'll bring up Carly Queen, who grounded out in her first try. Now meeting at the mound. Crocker really has kind of run into some bad luck, sort of similar to what we saw with Abby Delp in that first inning of game 1. Defense not doing her any favors. One away here. NATO's once again with 2 in scoring position after Michaela Morgan's single drives in 2. Showing bunt, laying down a bunt. It'll be foul. The Tornadoes have utilized, or at least shown, bunt many times so far in this doubleheader. No different there. No balls and a strike, 1 away. Runners on second and third. Now Crocker fires. That one hit left side over to third. Throw to the plate. Throw back to third. They're in a rundown. Hyatt is going to be tagged out. Going into third is Michaela Morgan, and heading to second is Carly Queen. So essentially nobody moves there. Hyatt got a little bit too aggressive on the base pass. Probably could have prolonged that rundown and maybe turned it into something beneficial. And now head coach Bree Sheeran wants to talk something over with the home plate umpire here. Not sure what she is asking about here. And I believe she was trying to say Courtney Cox was blocking the plate, but Beth Hyatt nearly went out of the baseline herself, and now the 2 umpires in the middle of the infield conferring with each other. And the call will stand as an out. So out number 2 there. Michaela Morgan at third. Carly Queen moving up to second on the fielder's choice. And so now Sarah Barnes, who was the first Tornado base runner of this ball game with a hit by pitch, will step in for her second try here in inning number 2. NATO's holding a 2-0 lead after the Michaela Morgan RBI single. Morgan now standing on third. First pitch here is lofted and fair. Base hit. Morgan coming around. Carly Queen coming around. There will be no play. 2 more runs score. It is an RBI double for Sarah Barnes, doubling the lead up to 4-0 here in the second, and a hot offensive start for the Tornadoes. A 4 spot here in the second inning and a chance to add on to it for Olivia Martinez. Not the deepest double you'll see this year, but got the job done, dropping right past the third baseman Miller. A little blooper. Morgan coming around to score. Queen right behind her, and it's 4-0. First pitch here to Olivia Martinez, taken for strike 1. Martinez with a single her first time up. Getting a little bit warmer here as she takes a swing and a miss and falls into an 0-2 hole. The wind seemingly calming down for the moment. It's been on and off throughout the afternoon. No balls and 2 strikes. The pitch to Martinez. Ooh, taken on the outside corner for ball 1. Could have been, and likely in game 1 would have been, called a strike. The pitch swung on and missed. Martinez set down on strikes, but the NATOs do enough damage before recording the third out. 4 runs put up by the Tornado offense, including a 2-run RBI double by Sarah Barnes. When we get back, Tornadoes will take the field for inning number 3, holding a 4-run lead, their first lead of the afternoon. Back here in just a moment. Third inning here, Tornadoes holding a 4-run lead, hanging up a 4 spot in that second inning on Grace Crocker. Michaela Morgan with an RBI single, Sarah Barnes with an RBI double, and that one hits the outside corner for strike one, and that is how the third inning will begin for Grace Reynolds, who's through 2 scoreless, facing the 8-hole hitter Mary Miller to start things off here in inning number 3. The 0-1 swung on, chopped over towards the Tornado dugout, and a nice play there by assistant Emily White, showing she still got it. An 0-2 hole here for Mary Miller. Had an error in that second inning. And the 0-2 popped up right side, coming after it. And that one out of play. We'll do it again. Maybe can waste a pitch here if you're Reynolds. Wind picking back up once again. And the pitch. Popped up, left side, under it, and making the grab is Olivia Martinez in foul ground for out number 1. I'll bring up Leah James before the lineup card flips back over, the 9-hole hitter here. James was 1 for 4 in game 1 with a single in her final at bat in the 7th. Third inning of action here, 4-0 Tornadoes. And the first pitch from Reynolds is swung on. And Emily White trying to get that one too. Can't reach by the Tornado dugout. No balls and a strike, 1 away. Reynolds taking a look over at Coach Sheeran, and now time called. James steps out, takes a practice cut. And now Reynolds ready again. The 0-1 shows bunt, nearly, I think does come back and hits her. It is foul. James on the ground. And getting up, looks like she's all right. James, I think, might have just got the wind knocked out of her there. And trying to walk it off here. Reynolds on a roll, throwing strikes. Tried to show that bunt a little bit too late, and as a result, came back and popped her. James still walking it off, it looks like. And still might not have all of her breath back. And here she is, stepping back into the box, and we are ready to resume. Grace Reynolds ahead 0-2. The one down here in the third. And the 0-2 popped up. Reynolds under it, makes the catch for out number 2. And Reynolds making quick work. In each of these innings, you see James still laboring over there, walking over to the dugout. Looks like that foul ball to the stomach might have did a number on her. Somebody make sure there's a trash can near in the dugout. So Maya Thomas back up here, retired for the first time all day in her first at-bat, popping out to second. And the first pitch outside for ball 1. Thomas from the left side had a triple and 2 singles, one of them of the RBI variety in game 1, as well as a walk, and then reached on an error at second. Ball, no strikes here to her. And the first pitch swung on and missed way early on that one. Reynolds making really quick work, it seems, Stepping in, and now time being called by Zamiah Thomas. 1-1 count. Reynolds steps into the circle now. And the pitch. Shows bunt, and it goes back foul for strike number 2. The bunt likely out of the equation now. Ball and 2 strikes. A strike and an out away from getting to the bottom of the third. Grace Reynolds pitching really well right now for the Tornadoes and has Thomas in a 1-2 hole with 2 away. Reynolds comes set, winds up, and the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Reynolds continues to mow down the Bruin hitters. Has only allowed 1 base runner. And we head to the bottom of the third. NATO's leading it 4-0. Home half of the third, Abby Delp will lead things off here. Tornadoes leading by 4 early on here, and the first pitch by Crocker is going to bounce to the backstop for ball 1. Abby grounded out her first time up. Ground out to third. Delp, who was the pitcher and went the distance in game 1, now in the lineup as a designated player in the 5 spot, and the 1-0 in there for strike 1. Ball and a strike here. And the pitch. Chopper over towards the circle. Crocker picks it up, throw on to first, and Delp is retired for out number 1. It'll bring up Gabby Hooper, who got things started last inning with a leadoff single and came around to score the first Tornado run, one of 4 runs that the Tornadoes plated in that second inning. And looking to get her second base hit in 2 tries. Hooper playing second base in this one, played third in the opening game. Base is empty and 1 away. She shows bunt. It pops up over to the pitcher Crocker. Throw on to first. Will get her. Hooper trying to beat it out and cannot. She will be set down for out number 2 quickly. So both plays being made by Crocker, the pitcher, for the first 2 outs, and that'll bring up Valerie Sorrell, who reached on an error her first time. Two outs, nobody on, and the pitch to Sorrell. Chopper over to Crocker, and all 3 plays ground outs to the pitcher. A very quick bottom of the third inning. NATO's lead it 4-0 as we head to the 4th. Back in just a moment. Fourth inning of action here. Tornadoes holding a 4-run lead. 4-0 as it stands. Grace Reynolds getting ready for her fourth inning, has been mowing down the Bruins lineup. Only one base runner allowed, and that was on an infield single. Quickly got erased with a double play. First pitch here to Cardona is outside for ball one. Cardona flew out to center field her first time up. Ball and no strikes here to start things off in the fourth. And the 1-0. Chopper, left side. Morgan has it. Throw on to first in time. Nice squeeze there by Valerie Sorrell at first for out number one. Reynolds continuing to just produce outs and do it quickly too, as Kaylee Bolch steps into the box. Grounded out to second. Has done that 3 times this afternoon. 2 of those resulted in RBIs, but not in this one, as there's still a goose egg on the scoreboard for the Bruins. 4-0 Tornadoes with a 1 away here in the fourth. And the first pitch to Bolch is going to bounce to the backstop for ball one. Ball, no strikes here. 4-0 Tornadoes in the top of the fourth. Trying to take game 2 and split this doubleheader with the Carolina University Bruins. And the 1-0. Bolch shows bunt. Over to get it. Martinez throw on to first is not in time and out of the reach of Gabby Hooper. And we'll rule that one in infield bunt single. And now 2 hits allowed by Reynolds, both infield singles. A ball has not dropped outside of the infield yet. And here's Courtney Cox with 1 away and a runner on first, trying to mount a rally here in the fourth inning, trailing 4-0. Bruins trying to get on the board. Sort of seems like reverse roles. Seems kind of really similar to the first game we saw, just with the roles reversed, as that one taken for strike one. Tornadoes gave up a 4 spot in the first inning of game 1. Eventually got a run across to make it 5-1, but just couldn't stop the Bruins bats from attacking. And hopefully that's what continues to happen here on the Tornadoes end. No balls and a strike here, 1 away. Runner on first is Bolch. And the pitch swung on, chopped over towards the Tornado dugout, and knocking out a few papers out of the clipboard of head coach Bree Sheeran there. Her and her assistants all trying to go for that one there. Oh, 0-2 here with 1 away for Cox. Reynolds takes a look over at the dugout for the call from Sheeran, and now steps into the circle. The 0-2 delivery. Liner into left field is going to drop past a diving Carly Queen. Queen chasing to get after it, coming around third. Bolch running for the plate. She will get in there without a throw, and it is an RBI double for Courtney Cox. In that situation, I'm not sure you need to dive for that if you're Carly Queen. Not a high probability of making that catch, and as a result, it rolls to the wall and allows the first Bruin run to score. Cox drives in the first run for Carolina University. And now here's the pitcher, Grace Crocker. Reached on an infield single back in the second, and trying to help her own cause here, with her team still trailing by 3 here in the fourth. First pitch from Reynolds is taken for a ball. Crocker taking a look down at the wristband, now stepping into the box here. The 1-0. Swung on, chopper over to third, foul. Under the glove of Olivia Martinez, just to the left of the third baseline. Ball, 1 strike here, 1 away. 4th inning of action here. Tornadoes leading at 4-1 after the RBI double by Courtney Cox. And the 1-1 delivery high and outside for ball 2. Grace Crocker serving both as the designated player and pitcher. And 2-1 count here for Crocker. And if you're Reynolds, it's got to be a little annoying how long they're stepping out of the box to look down at their wristbands and relay the calls, as that one sent foul straight back and count evened up at 2 apiece. Maybe that's intentional, maybe trying to get Reynolds off of her rhythm as you're starting to get a little bit more momentum, but no more Garcia Parra-esque with the time they spend out of the batter's box. Even count at 2 apiece, 1 out here with a runner on second, and the 2-2. Popped foul again. We'll have another 2-2. Two balls, 2 strikes, 1 away. And the pitch. Chopped right over to Reynolds. Throw on to first for out number 2. Cox will advance to third. And with 2 away, a chance here for Korea Proctor. Chance to get out of this relatively unscathed for Reynolds after the infield bunt single, RBI double, and then that ground out, sitting with 2 outs and a runner on third. First pitch here to Proctor is chopped over left side, and Morgan can't handle the hop. No throw on to first, or there will be a throw by Hooper, but it is late, and that will score another run. It's 4-2, and the lead has been cut in half here in the top of the 4th. Morgan couldn't handle the hop, and that looked like out number 3. It'll be an E6 on Michaela Morgan. And now meeting at the mound, Sarah Barnes and the rest of the infield coming in to talk. Runner on first now with 2 away is Proctor reaching on the error there. 4-2 Tornadoes here, top of the 4th. And everyone retreating back to their spots. And it'll be up to Danielle Brooks to try and keep this inning going. Momentum may be shifting a tad here in this 4th inning. And the first pitch here to Brooks is grounded up the middle and no, Morgan can't knock it down. It'll be a single for Brooks. A diving Michaela Morgan nearly was able to stop that one, and instead it's another 2-out base hit. We'll bring up Mary Miller. Popped out her last time. And all of a sudden, pressure mounting here. Grace Reynolds has just kind of ran into a few bad breaks these last few batters. That one right under her glove and into center field, and then before that, the error at shortstop. First pitch here is lifted foul left side. Mary Miller, the only thing standing in between the Tornadoes and another trip at the plate. 0-1 here. Reynolds takes a look down, and now the pitch. Fouled off, 0-2. And we'll see if Reynolds tries to get her to chase something, but probably not, honestly. Grace Reynolds' strategy seems to just be to go at these hitters. And they can't seem to do much with it up until this inning. A couple of lucky breaks and some nice hits for the Bruins have them back within 2. And a chance to make it even closer if they can get a base knock here. No balls and 2 strikes, 2 away. Here in the top of the 4th, Reynolds trying to buckle down and finish him off. The 0-2 taken high for a ball. One ball, 2 strikes now. Still ahead in the count is Reynolds. He can really still do what she wants on this pitch. Pitch number 4 of the at-bat. Here it is, low and outside for ball 2. And now is when you got to start pounding the strike zone. Even count, 2 apiece. You don't want to load the bases up here. Here at the bottom of the lineup, the 8-hole hitter, Miller. So work our way back to a 2-2 count. Now here's the pitch, grounded, straight back foul. We'll do it again. Still even at 2 apiece. 4s and 2s all across the board. 4-2 Tornadoes here in the 4th. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs. Grace Reynolds coming set, winding up. And the pitch is lifted over to short right there for Martinez, intercepting it in front of Michaela Morgan. Morgan dove for nothing. Martinez now falling herself. And we will head to the bottom of the 4th. Some clumsiness out in the field for the Tornadoes, leading 4-2, give up a pair of runs, and Martinez still on the ground now. Looked as if they were all messing around at first, and it might be an injured Martinez now after reaching to make that grab. Martinez still on the ground with the trainers out on the field, and we will give more as soon as we have more, but for now we will step aside. Bottom of the 4th coming up here in just a moment. Tornadoes leading at 4-2. Home half of the 4th here. It'll be Jasmine Webb to lead things off for the Tornadoes. Grace Crocker back out there in the circle for the Bruins. And back for her 4th inning of work as Webb pops this one up, sprinting over to first, and the throw past the first baseman. Webb is going to take off for second. The throw is going to beat her, and Webb getting greedy there, gets thrown out at second. It'll be a single, followed up with getting thrown out at second base. And I think that she might have thought that throw got further past the first baseman than it did, and I'm not sure she realized how close backup was. As a result, Webb set down. An infield single. And that one chopped by Hyatt. Easy play for Crocker for out number 2. And all of a sudden, the Tornadoes cannot hit the ball hard. They ground out to Crocker for Hyatt. Will flip the lineup card back over to Michaela Morgan. Had an RBI single her last time up in the 2nd. And you can feel the tides kind of turning in this one. Momentum favoring the Bruins currently. But they still trail by 2 as Michaela Morgan takes a hack and sends that one over towards the Brevard dugout. Morgan with 3 RBIs on the day. 3 out of the 7 Tornado runs on the afternoon have come off her bat, as this one popped over towards the Brevard dugout again and hitting a chair. And now Morgan in an 0-2 hole. Jogging back over to the circle and ready to get going again is Crocker. Morgan stepping back in now. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, and nobody on here in the bottom of the 4th. And the pitch. Low and inside for ball 1. And Morgan thought it hit her. She started to take off first. The umpire said it did not. He wants a second opinion from his crewmate, and he determines that it did not hit Michaela Morgan. It is simply ball 1. And now Morgan back in the box. Maybe trying to steal one there. The 1-2. Inside ball 2. And that one definitely would have been called strike 3 by game 1's umpire. Inside corner was being given to both pitchers all game long. But not to be right there, and the count evened up at 2 apiece with 2 away. And nobody on in a 4-2 ball game here. Bottom of the 4th, 7-inning ball game. And the 2-2. Chopped foul off the plate. And Morgan will take a few long steps out. Two balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here in the bottom of the 4th. Tornadoes in danger of 2 straight scoreless innings after a 4-run second. And now after a long delay, Crocker still looking over towards the dugout and now ready. Winds up the 2-2. Inside ball 3, and the count is now full. Two-run 4th for the Bruins, none yet for the Tornadoes, in danger of going down. Count full. Payoff pitch. Grounded foul down the third base side. And a heck of a battle here by Michaela Morgan. Eighth pitch of the at-bat coming up here for Morgan, and a nice battle here with Crocker. Another payoff pitch. Inside for ball 4. And Morgan works her way back from 0-2 to a 2-out walk. We'll bring up Carly Queen. 0 for 2 so far on this one. Grounded out twice. And with a runner on first, trying to extend the inning. First pitch to Queen, hit foul down the right side. No balls and a strike, 2 away. Tornadoes leading at 4-2. Queen still searching for her first base hit in this game, too. Crocker having to work a little bit harder than she thought she would have to after recording those first 2 quick outs. And the 0-1. Lifted foul again, right side, off the roof of the Bruin dugout. And Queen, similar to Morgan just a moment ago, in an 0-2 hole. See if she can work her way back the same way Michaela Morgan did. No balls, 2 strikes. Here's the pitch. Chopped right side through the hole. Morgan coming around second. She'll get to third. Throw into third is brought in by Miller. And now first and third with 2 outs, and the Nados in striking distance of another run now. 2-out single after a walk from Michaela Morgan. And here's Sarah Barnes. Had an RBI double her last time up. A base hit here would give her another RBI. First pitch. Swung, chopped, left side, charging after it. Throw onto first, and she can't make the play. The throw is dropped by the first baseman, Proctor. Miller came up throwing. Proctor couldn't handle the throw, and another run comes in off the bat of Sarah Barnes. It'll be an E3. It will not be accredited as an RBI to Sarah Barnes, but making contact and forcing that throw, which the first baseman could not handle, is enough to plate run number 5 for the Tornadoes. And it'll be Evie Layton coming in place of Olivia Martinez, who did appear to injure herself celebrating the final out of the last inning. Was laying on the infield for a few moments, being tended to by the trainers, and now a pinch hitter for her, Evie Layton, who we did see in Game 1. Layton had a single and a hit by pitch in that first game, chops one foul on the first pitch. Runners on first and third. Queen on third, Sarah Barnes on first. Layton in an 0-1 hole here. Nado's adding another run here in the fourth. Here's the pitch. Nearly hits Layton for ball 1, count evened up. 2 quick outs to begin this inning, and one of them was Jasmine Webb being thrown out at second after reaching on an infield single, and you got to wonder if that didn't happen. If she didn't get that aggressive, this inning could be even bigger. As the 1-1 outside here to Layton. 5-2 lead for the Tornadoes. Bruins had cut it down to 4-2. Brevard tacking on another run here, though, in the bottom of the fourth right after. The 2-1 is ripped over to short. Throw on to first by Cardona is brought in this time by Proctor, and that will be out number 3. We head to the top of the fifth. Nado's add another run and lead it 5-2. When we get back, just a moment, Grace Reynolds back in the circle for inning number 5 of work. Back here for the 5th inning. Nado's leading at 5-2. And Grace Reynolds back out in the circle. A couple of changes for the Tornadoes defensively. Gabby Hooper moving back over to third where she started game 1. As Leah James shows bunt and takes strike 1. Much to the ire of the Bruin fans here. And Evie Layton will come in at second base, moving Hooper over after the Martinez injury. So the same infield that we saw in game 1 now. With Leah James down 0-1, and the pitch in the dirt. Good stop using her face mask there, Sarah Barnes, to stop that one. And it looks like James might be trying to bunt her way on here. She got herself hit with the ball last time she tried to bunt it. We'll see what happens here. Ball and a strike, and the pitch low for ball 2. And James being selective here. Two balls and a strike. Hitters count here for Leah James, the 9-hole hitter here in the 5th. Reynolds cruising along, and the 2-1. Swung, hit over to short. Morgan has it. Throw on to first is in time. Nice play there by Michaela Morgan to start off the 5th. I feel like we've called her name a lot today. Been very involved in a lot of the action. Number 14. That'll bring up Zamaya Thomas. Thomas 0 for 2 in this one. Was not set down one time in game 1. Different story here so far in game 2, though. 0 for 2 effort for her. Hoping to make it 0 for 3. Reynolds pitches, and that one fouled back. No balls and a strike. One away here for Thomas. And the 0-1 swung on and missed. And it seems like Thomas is way out in front of each of Reynolds' pitches today. Thomas now down 0-2, one away, nobody on. And the 0-2 swung and fouled back. And another 0-2 coming here in just a moment from Reynolds. No balls and 2 strikes here to Thomas. Reynolds takes a look down at the wristband, now winds up and the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Second straight strikeout for Thomas. And that'll be the second out here in the top of the 5th. Reynolds continues to cruise along. That's her 3rd strikeout. In other Tornado news, folks, Tornado baseball looking to complete a doubleheader sweep, leading 15-4 on Southern Virginia in the 3rd inning right now. An explosion of offense, 33 combined runs already in 12 innings of baseball for the Tornadoes. And Tornado softball team with the lead here as well, 5-2 with 2 outs as Cardona takes strike 1. Jessica Cardona 0 for 2 in this one. Thomas and Cardona were both unstoppable against Abby Delp in game 1, but here against Grace Reynolds, a totally different story, a combined 0 for 5, and hopefully in just a minute 0 for 6 in this one. The 0-1 here to Cardona, smacked over to the left side. Morgan has it, throw on to first in time for out number 3. A quick 1-2-3 inning of work for Grace Reynolds. We are through 5 on the defensive side. NATO bats coming up here in just a moment. Bottom of the 5th, 5-2 Brevard. Back here in just a moment. Bottom of the fifth here. Tornadoes leading it by 3. And it'll be Abby Delp to start things off as she looks at ball 1. Delp 0 for 2 in this one is grounded out to third and to the pitcher. The 1-0. Taken for strike 1 down the middle. Ball and a strike here. 5-2 Tornado lead as Delp lifts one foul straight back. One ball, 2 strikes. Wind picking back up again here. Bottom of the fifth, and the 1-2 to Delp. Swung on and missed. She did not tip it. Throw on to first is in time. And it'll be strike 3 for Delp. She is set down swinging, and that'll be out number 1 and how the bottom of the fifth begins. Third strikeout for Crocker. That'll bring up Gabby Hooper. Hooper 1 for 2 with a single and a ground out in this one. And the first pitch by Crocker is high and out for ball 1. Ball, no strikes here. One away. And that one low for ball 2 to Hooper. 2 balls, no strikes, 1 away. Nobody on here in the bottom of the fifth. Tornadoes holding a 3-run lead, 5-2. Most of that coming in a 4-run second. That one popped up left side, under it, and making the catch is Mary Miller. That'll be out number 2. Hooper 1 for 3 now, and that'll bring up Valerie Sorrell, who's 0 for 2, reached on an error and grounded out to the pitcher in her 2 tries. Two down, nobody on. Here in the bottom of the fifth, closing stages of this one. Sorrell pops one up, coming straight back, and that one, strike 1 via the foul ball. A fan behind us tried to make the catch, couldn't hold on to it. No balls and a strike, nobody on. Delivery from Crocker, swung on and missed by Sorrell for strike 2. And in danger now of going down on strikes, and NATO's in danger of a scoreless fifth here, leading by 3. 0-2, and the pitch. Taken just outside the zone for ball 1. Sorrell buckled up a little bit. You could tell even she thought that one might get called. But a ball nonetheless, and living to fight another day is Valerie Sorrell, the Tornado first baseman. Crocker taking a look over at the dugout, maybe a little frustrated that she's got to throw at least another strike here, and the pitch. Chopped foul down the left side. Sorrell taking a moment, and now stepping back into the box. Still in a 1-2 hole. Trying to make something out of it here. The 1-2. Taken inside for ball 2. Count evened up at 2 apiece. 2s across the board. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 outs here. In the bottom of the fifth, NATO's leading at 5-2. And the pitch. Popped up, left side of the infield, under it, and making the catch is Cardona for out number 3. We head to the top of the 6th. NATO's leading it 5-2, and Grace Reynolds looking to continue her dominance over the Bruins lineup when we get back. Back here for the 6th inning. Grace Reynolds back out there. Trying to continue her good work. Has only allowed 2 runs to this point. As it stands, a 5-2 Tornado lead. First pitch here is taken outside for a strike by Kaylee Bolch. And that outside corner from both sides has been a little bit wider here in game 2. No balls on a strike. And the pitch. Taken outside. Can't call that one a strike. Ball 1. Count even at 1 apiece. 5-2 Tornado lead here. And the 1-1. Chopped right side. Picking it up, Sorrell. And it will be ruled foul. I'm guessing because Sorrell picked it up with her left foot in foul ground. Got to be a little bit more conscious there. Giving away an out, essentially, because she wasn't sure where her foot was. A ball and 2 strikes now to Bolch. And the pitch. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Reynolds continues to do great work, striking out Bolch for her 4th K of the afternoon. And loving every minute of it. You see a big smile over there in the circle by Reynolds. I'll bring up Courtney Cox, who has driven in the only run, one of the 2 runs for the Bruins, an RBI double in the 4th. Apologies for the misspeak there. 5-2 Tornado lead, not 5-1, as the first pitch on the outside corner for strike 1, and that wide outside part of the plate coming into effect once again. And at some point, both sides, you got to adjust to it. That outside part of the plate getting called. Very outside, perhaps. No balls on a strike, 1 away, nobody on, and the pitch. Low and inside for ball 1. Wind picking up, temperature dropping as we reach the latter stages of this one. It's a bit unfortunate doing a game this cold, not being in a press box setting, but here at Brevard, we just dug it out. 1-1, and that one ripped into left field for a base hit for Cox. That'll be a 1-out single. Grace Crocker, the pitcher, stepping into the box now. Crocker, the pitcher for the Bruins, stepping into the box now. An infield single and a ground out to the pitcher on her line. First pitch popped up, left side, chasing after it and making the grab, Michaela Morgan, for out number 2. Bring up Korea Proctor with 2 away, and running out of time are the Bruins. A 5-2 lead for the Tornadoes here, top of the 6th. And down to their final 4 outs are the Bruins. First pitch here to Proctor, knocked down, throw back over to first. Cox able to get in there. Heads up by Sarah Barnes to keep the runner honest. Ball and no strikes here to Proctor. Proctor 0 for 2 in this one, a strikeout and reached on an error. An error by Michaela Morgan put Proctor aboard in the 4th. And the 1-0. Lifted in the air, right field. That one's going to hook foul. A loud, deep strike 1 there for Proctor. Hook into the right. That could have been extra bases. Maybe could have been a run. Cox, not the fastest Bruin over there on first base. And if you do get a ground ball here, that might make it more likely that you can get a play at second. Although Proctor, not the fastest either, as that one's going to hit her, and she will head over to first. A hit by pitch there. The first that Reynolds has dealt. And now with 2 on and 2 out, here comes Danielle Brooks. Brooks 1 for 2 in this one. A line out and a single. Brooks 1 for 6 total on the day at the plate. And the first pitch here from Reynolds on the outside corner for strike 1. There it is again. No balls and a strike here for Brooks. Reynolds trying to put her away and put away the Bruins here. Down to their final 4 outs. The 0-1. On the outside corner again for strike 2. That outside part of the plate just being called a strike nearly every time. 0-2, 2 away here, top of the 6th. NATO's leading at 5-2. Here's the pitch. Swing and a miss. Got her with the high cheese. And we head to the bottom of the 6th. Reynolds with another strikeout. Tornado bats coming up here, bottom of the 6th, leading by 3 in the home stretch. Tornado softball back here in just a moment. Bottom of the 6th, NATO's closing in on a victory here in Game 2 of a doubleheader, leading at 5-2. 4 of the 5 runs coming in the second inning. Since then, NATO's have held serve as Jasmine Webb whacks one in the air left field. Coming up under it and making the catch is Kaylee Bolch for out number 1. And Webb has had some bad luck a couple of times. Hit that one hard and fairly deep, and right at Bolch for out number 1. So here's Beth Hyatt, 0 for 2. Fielder's choice and a ground out to the pitcher in her 2 trips. And the first pitch to Hyatt is swung on and fouled back. Update on Brevard baseball, leading now 19-4 in the top of the 4th inning. An explosion on offense today for the Tornadoes, and they've needed it. The pitching has been a little bit shaky last few games. 0-1 here to Hyatt is ripped in the air, left center field, coming on after it and letting it drop is the Bruin outfield. Bulge couldn't get over to that. Thomas couldn't either. It looked like maybe a routine fly off the bat. Instead, it'll be a single for Hyatt with 1 out. Lineup will flick back over to Michaela Morgan. An RBI single and a walk in her last 2 appearances. Struck out her first time up to start off the offensive day for the Tornadoes. And that one lays a bunt down, tapped on the plate, foul. Morgan trying to catch him off guard with that one. Runner on first is Beth Hyatt. And the pitch. Swung on, ripped down the third base line. Fair and a base hit. Bulch chasing after it at the wall. Hyatt coming around second. Throw in. Hyatt's going to send it to the plate. And there will not be a throw. Beth Hyatt comes across to score. Another insurance run for the Tornadoes. And an RBI double for Michaela Morgan, who continues her hot day. Morgan has a home run, 2 RBI doubles, an RBI single, and a walk on the day. Morgan doing everything asked of her and more. Also has made some really nice plays in the field. And now Crocker a meeting at the mound, and it looks like her day is going to be finished here. 1 out into the 6th, at least in the circle. Believe she's going to stay in the field, and it will be the first baseman Proctor coming into pitch. Back here in just a moment, dissect these changes and let Proctor get her warm-ups in, and we'll be back here. 1 away, bottom of the 6th. NATO's get another run across, leading it 6-2. Couple of changes here for the Bruins. It'll be Proctor in, Korea Proctor at the circle. Cardona moves over to second. Danielle Brooks now at first, and then Crocker, who was the pitcher, now moved to short. First pitch here from Proctor is in there for strike 1. Michaela Morgan standing on second after the RBI double. 6-2 Tornado lead, bottom of the 6th, closing in on victory number 3 of the season. Meanwhile, for Carolina University, if they lose this one, they'll already be in double-digit losses, as that one sent foul high over the right side. A win here would put Brevard at 3-5 and put Carolina University at 4-10. Already played a lot of games. 6-2 lead for the NATOs here. Carly Queen at the plate in an 0-2 hole, and that one called strike 3 on the outside corner for out number 2. First strikeout for Proctor in her first batter. This one of the looking variety, a backwards K there, and it'll all be down to Sarah Barnes with 2 away and a runner on second. Barnes was hit by a pitch her first time up, then had an RBI double and reached on an error last time. Has gotten on base every time she stepped up as she hits this one over, chasing after it Proctor. She will not have a play. Barnes beats it out at first. An infield single for Barnes and another base hit. Barnes with her second base hit of this game and had another infield single in the first game. So 3 hits on the afternoon for Sarah Barnes. And that moves Morgan over to third. Runners on the corners for the Tornadoes here. And Evie Layton, who came in after the Olivia Martinez injury and grounded out, is in for her second try at the plate in this one. Started at second in game one. Takes ball one there. Layton had a single in the first game. One here would play another run. That one, a rare ball on the outside part of the plate. 2 balls and no strikes here to Evie Layton. Could possibly draw a walk here and load the bases up for Abby Delp. Or she could go ahead and get a hit herself and drive in a run. The 2-0. On the inside corner. A late strike call there to make it 2-1. Two balls and a strike, hitter's count. And the 2-1. Fouled off to the right, and the count evened up at 2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, and 2 away here in the bottom of the 6th. NATO's leading at 6-2. Korea Proctor trying to send her team back up to the bat for their final chance. Evie Layton standing in the way, trying to keep the line moving here for the Tornadoes. The 2-2 pitch. Swung on, lifted in the air, right center field. That one's going to drop for a base hit. Morgan comes across the score. Heading to third, Carly Queen. The throw brought in, and now Layton will make it all the way to second. It'll be an RBI single. Advancing to second on the throw is Layton. And it's 7-2 Tornadoes. Some much-needed insurance here in the home half of the 6th. And a rude greeting given to Proctor. Got a looking strikeout with her first batter. Since then, an infield single by Barnes. And then an RBI single there by Evie Layton. And now with 2 away still, here's Abby Delp. Carly Queen, or Sarah Barnes rather, standing on third. Evie Layton on second. And that pitch in there for strike 1. Abby 0 for 3 in this one. 2 groundouts and a strikeout. Trying to collect her first base hit of the afternoon. The 0-1. Swung on, ripped to the right side foul, and now in an 0-2 hole is Delp. Trying to straighten it out. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. 7-2 Tornadoes here in the bottom of the 6th. Korea Proctor still trying to get out of this. And here's the pitch. Fouled straight back, and Abby stays alive. No balls, 2 strikes, 2 away. Abby's still got to protect here. With 2 runners in scoring position, a chance to add on a little bit more. A 5-run lead for the Tornadoes here in game 2. Here's the pitch. On the outside for a ball. And all of a sudden, the home plate umpire, that one was outside legitimately, but all of a sudden, the home plate umpire kind of laying off on those outside corner strike calls. Thankfully for the Tornadoes. Still 1-2, Delp in a hole. Got to try and climb out of it. And the 1-2 delivery. Swing and a miss. Second strikeout of the afternoon for Abby Delp. And we will head to the 7th. Last chance for the Bruins. Tornadoes tack on a couple more runs of insurance and lead it 7-2. Right back in just a moment for the finishing touches on this one. Seventh inning here. Grace Reynolds trying to put the finishing touches on this one. Down to their last 3 outs are the Bruins, and it'll start with Mary Miller, the third baseman, who takes ball 1 in the dirt. Reynolds, to this point, 6 innings of 2-run ball. 5 strikeouts. Maybe can add a couple more here. And the 1-0. Swing and a miss way early on that one. Looked like Miller was waiting on a pitch from Jenny Finch. Swinging out of her shoes early on that one. Ball and a strike, nobody out. And the pitch. Lifted in the air, right center field, coming under it, and making the grab is Beth Hyatt for out number 1. And the NATO's 2 outs away now from splitting the doubleheader here after a disappointing game 1. Here's Leah James. James 0 for 2. Only 5 hits allowed by Reynolds, and 2 of them infield singles. Only 1 extra base hit allowed all day. An RBI double to Courtney Cox. Other than that, been pretty smooth sailing for the righty. And now stepping into the box, Leah James. First pitch. Swung on and fouled back. Down to their final 2 outs are the Carolina University Bruins, in danger of losing their 10th game of the season. Picked up their 4th victory a couple of hours ago. Hasn't been as fun for them in this one. No balls and a strike to James. Her and Thomas, the last 2 lines of defense. The 0-1 shows bunt, pulls back, and gets hit. James now sprinting to first. The Brandon Nimmo special. Not really sure what that one was about, but she looked like James wanted to show off the wheels, and she hasn't gotten on base to do that yet, so. First pitch here to Zamaya Thomas. In the dirt. James taking off to second. The throw almost gets her, but not quite in time. Sneaking under the tag from Michaela Morgan. And James into scoring position now. Ball there to Thomas, by the way, who's 0 for 3. Has struck out both of her last 2 trips to the plate. That one in there for strike 1. Ball and a strike. 7-2 NATO's here. Leah James standing on second. And Thomas will step out. The 1-1. Hit up the middle, right to Reynolds, throw on to first for out number 2. And 1 more out, and that will be it. After the ground out by Thomas. Here's Jessica Cardona. Yet to record a base hit in this one, and once again, a big part of why this game has gone so differently. Thomas and Cardona were on base every time they came up in game 1. Neither one of them has been on base yet. Combined 0 for 7 between the 2 of them, and if Cardona gets set down here, it'll be 0 for 8 with a Tornado victory, as that one on the outside for ball 1. Leah James standing at third, trying to be the 3rd run for the Bruins in this one, but it may be too little too late with only 1 out to go. 7-2 Tornado lead. The 1-0 here from Reynolds on the outside corner for strike 1. Reynolds has just been stellar in this one. 6 2/3, 2 runs as it stands right now. It's only allowed 1 extra base hit on the afternoon. The 1-1 in the dirt, ball 2. Good stop by Barnes. Two balls and a strike, 2 away. And the 2-1 here from Reynolds. Outside for ball 3. And Reynolds trying to finish this one off. Reynolds came into today with a 9.88 ERA and an 0-1 record, and surely that number is going to be bumped way down after this performance. 3 balls and a strike, and the pitch. Swung on, chopped right to Reynolds. Throw on to first, and that's it. The Tornadoes split the doubleheader with Carolina University and take game 2, 7-2. A dominant outing for Grace Reynolds from the circle, and the Tornadoes pick up their 3rd victory of the season. 3-5 now are the Tornadoes. Carolina University dropping to 4-10. Back here in just a moment for final thoughts, stats, and a recap. Tornadoes win it 7-2 here on a Saturday afternoon. Back here again, live from BC. Tornadoes splitting the doubleheader with the Carolina University Bruins, taking game 2, 7-2, behind the arm of Grace Reynolds. 7 innings pitched, 5 hits, 2 runs, only 1 of them earned, as well as 5 strikeouts. Not as much of an easy go of it for Grace Crocker. The pitcher for the Bruins went 5 1/3, 8 hits, 7 runs, 3 earned, 1 walk and 3 Ks, and then it was finished off by Korea Proctor, 2/3 of an inning, 2 hits, no runs, 2 strikeouts for her. For the Tornadoes, the best bat on the day was Michaela Morgan, an RBI single, an RBI double in the first game as well, and her second career home run with a walk also in the second game. Carly Queen with a few base hits on the day. In game 2, Sarah Barnes with an RBI double and an infield single. Abby Delp pitched game 1 and then came in to play in the lineup, the designated player in game 2. Saw a lot of action today. Gabby Hooper with a single. Jasmine Webb with an infield single and a sacrifice bunt. And Beth Hyatt with a late single scoring one of the insurance runs at the end of the ball game for the Tornadoes. Nados take game 2 of the doubleheader off of a 4-run second inning. 7-2 final score, domination by Grace Reynolds over the Bruin lineup. And Tornado baseball closing in on a weekend sweep of Southern Virginia, leading 21-6 in the top of the 5th in Buena Vista, Virginia, closing in on a 3-game sweep as they open up conference play. Good day to be a Tornado, both on the baseball and softball fronts, as well as women's lacrosse, getting a victory over Huntingdon College on the road. And a good weekend for the Tornadoes. Until next time, let's go Nados. I'm Brady Penn, signing off.